Yo, what's up, everybody? How are you today? I hope everyone is having a good Sunday. Welcome, all of you non-football fans. American football, for those that need the distinction because of the accent. How you guys doing? Hope everyone's doing well. All right, scroll on the top and say hello. Lightjack, what's up, buddy? Ermelburn, how are you?
Hey, Vimlark. How are you today?
Struggling. How are you, Ermelburn? I hope you're doing well. What's up, Soup Arch? What's going on? Argent Nerd, hello. Supernova 007, what's up, buddy? Welcome to the stream. How are you? Nightfall, what's up, buddy? Excalibur, what's going on? Pumpkin Bear, hello. Stay Talkton, what's up, buddy? Let's see. Sparch, hello. Just making sure I haven't missed anybody. Dachi, what's up, buddy? Cat brother, how you doing? Still making Monkeys with Gun? Actually, I'm picking Monkeys with Gun back up. It's kind of been sitting on a shelf for like a year and a half. Pasta, what's up, buddy? Welcome. How are you? Shidey, how's it going, buddy? Welcome. Motzi Makes, what's up, dude? How are you? Welcome. Thanks for letting me lurk on your stream last night. I had a good time. If you guys don't know Motzi makes a super cool game called... Oh god. You see the panic when the word went away? Ulterium Shift. I got it before you posted it. What's up, buddy? How you doing? I got it first. I remembered. You can literally see my brain trying to check itself. Juggler, what's going on, buddy? We work on Monkeys Good Day. Yeah, I've been working on the sprites during the week, so we're gonna get back in and keep working on some probably terrain blocks today. Sometimes you forget the name of your closest dude. Sometimes there's just something in your brain that just like turns off, and you forget stuff. Galaximos, what's up? Candace Spencer, hello. Is it Super Bowl weekend? Apparently. The yelling in my neighborhood indicates it probably is. And yes, it is. I don't follow the sports balls. I didn't know it was Super Bowl weekend until like I think it was Friday. My work meeting on Friday when a bunch of people started talking about it in the meeting. And I was like, oh yeah. I don't do that. I don't cares for the sports ball. And I don't know if the halftime show is what I cared about this year. Like last year I tuned in to watch the Dr. Dre halftime show. I don't know who's the halftime show this year. Does anybody know? You're not that into I'm just not that into it. I'm sorry. Like I'm just not that into you, Super Bowl or footballs. Can we make the pling a sound effects trigger? I could set that up. Sorry, I just turned that off. If I forget to turn it off, all you gotta do is send me an email. Where is all my stuff? Sports can be awesome. Watch fan base can be annoying though. I mean, to be fair, like I agree with you, and because like I definitely 100%, I can sit down and watch like almost any sport and enjoy the process, right? Like I get the skill, I get the mastery, like all of that kind of stuff. I don't particularly care to follow it, but to be fair, any fan base can be really annoying. I mean, you know. Like, look at League of Legends. Look at Undertale. You know? I feel like when any fan base becomes fanatics, that's when it becomes problematic. Which email I can show you? No, it's actually it's my personal email, so no. I got it. Dr. Dre over Sports Ball Priorities. I mean, the Dr. Dre show was kind of cool. I enjoyed that. I don't know who's... I think it might be Rihanna this year. Dakota Adams, by the way. Welcome. How are you today? Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. I'm the one that made you realize you have aphantasia. Wait. I have aphantasia, and that is a Super Bowl weekend. Such helpful content. Hey, I'm here to help learn, right? So first off, you see no pictures in your head, so you got the issues like me. And yeah, it's sports ball time. Let me pull up. Oh, I get to work off of the tablet today, so I think I can keep you guys on my main monitor today, which is convenient. Let me go find the monkey stuff. What's up, Arslan? How's it going? You know, time to watch sports while you're busy watching video games from YouTube. See, I'm kind of in that same boat. I feel you. Like, I don't judge people that watch the sports ball. No judgment at all. People will watch what they like. You know what it is? I've never liked team sports. I don't like watching team sports. Same with, even in video games, of like, any, like, team type of video game. Yeah. Really not interesting to me. I think that's just personal stuff. I mean, that's just, obviously that's personal stuff. But, like, yeah, it never clicked with me. All right, open in Photoshop. And let's get ourselves over into a scene. Let's fix them monkeys. This song goes so hard. By the way, if you like the music, it's made by our good friend Droopy. Check it out. Swan Song, how you doing, buddy? How you doing? Welcome. All right, on. I get to wear the fun glove. You guys ready for your examinations? SA Redemption is still broken? Seems about right. Monkey's got stuff today? Yeah, I think we're gonna work on some sprites. Let's take a look at where we're at. Alright, I gotta move a couple of things around to get my tablet in front of me. Excuse me. Let me take out the stands. My stand for my drawing tablet doesn't prop it up tall enough, so I got two like door stops that I put behind it. That props them up a little bit more. And let's see, we want to turn our screen to the XP pen. There we go. It totally works. Like, legitimately. Just stashing these two right behind it totally works. It sticks it up just enough when I want to use it just as a straight monitor. Fun glove sounds like a euphemism. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't make inappropriate comments or suggestions the way you do, Motzi. Yeah. By the way, that's not true. What tablet do I have? I have an XP pen. I have a 13-inch XP pen. What is the model? I have like the last gen XP pen. I don't have the current one. XP pen. I've really been enjoying it, to be honest with you. Yeah, I've got this one. The 13.3 Pro. I've enjoyed it. Like, I dig it a lot. It's been super useful. It's the older one, though, so it's the plugging it in's a little bit more of a pain in the ass. The newer ones plug in with USB-C. This one plugs in with, like, it plugs into the monitor with, like, a cable. Then the other side, it's like, there's an HDMI and, like, two USBs. So, it's a little bit more of a hog on ports. Oh, did it show that? Crap. Oh, well, sorry. That's also the wrong postal code. That's my old address. It always defaults to. Tempted to lurk, juggler, enjoy lurk. Alright, so this week, let's see what I got going on. What do we work on? Do I have the fancy one with the screen on it? Yes, I do. And it's been very nice. So I used to run... Like, if I used a tablet, I used this one. It was a... to keep it in my thing a little bit easier. I have a putty on it. But this is the Intuos Pro Medium, was what I used to use without a screen, and I finally got one with a screen. So I opened Amazon Incognito. Honestly, I didn't think about it, to be real. I'm not all there today, so my apologies. Thank you for the warning, and I will make sure to do that in the future. Got the Hue on 22-inch? Oh, snap. How's it having the 22-inch? I've only got the 13. 22-inch is huge. That's got to be really nice to work on. She made you an email. I sent you spoiler in the chat, so you don't think... Thanks. I'm a smarty. Yeah. I'm a smarty one. Sorry. Thank you for watching out for me. I woke up in a rough state today. Surface is like 27-inch. The one Lady Lark, I think hers is 22? Is hers 22? I won't leak it this time. I'm just gonna look. Hers might be the 14-inch. I think we got her the 14-inch. Maybe the 17. The laptop studio is so big. It's nice. Again, it's like a laptop that turns into a tablet. It's super cool. I'm glad she likes her tablet because it's really neat. Okay. So up until last week, last week we were looking at this. I had like this done. So I updated our haunted house blocks now. The ice blocks I've decided to just leave. They're a little bit over-rendered, but I think it's fine for ice. So I think I'm just going to leave those. And then I redid the lab blocks, which I'm pretty pleased with. And let me pull up my list of which ones we have left to do. I think it's just the pirate ship or the pirate level and one more. Pirate and steampunk. And I think I'm cutting steampunk. Game making sprites for Monkeys with Guns. So I guess I should pull up, for those that haven't seen Monkeys with Guns, because it has been a good freaking while since we've looked at it. I mean, we kind of looked at it last week, but get down here. So this is a game I was working on a while ago. It is a 4-player it is a up to 4-player. Actually, I'm not sure if we're gonna do more or not, but it is a up to 4-player multiplayer game, local multiplayer game where the idea is you, you shoot each other. It is full screen wrap, so it's more about movement than anything else. And yeah, it's a super fun game. Honestly, I put it down for a good while because of the guns issues going on in the U.S. Steampunk sounds cool but difficult. Yeah, honestly, I don't like the steampunk mechanic that we were working on. The steampunk mechanic was kind of a like air pushing mechanic, and it doesn't feel good right now. So I think we're cutting it. And we're gonna probably launch with like 8 or 9 main levels. So yeah, probably comes where you have to re-explain Monkeys with Guns. It's not your claim to fame. I mean, that's kind of good, in my opinion. Like, I didn't want to just be known for that, so it's kind of nice to not just be known for that. But, yeah, I need to finish this game. I just want to get it. I want to get it going. I need to get something finished and made. But the game is really fun. After 30 seconds, spikes come in, crush everything. So it's a fast-paced arcade game that's actually really enjoyable. You don't think you've ever seen me work on this? I don't think so, Lightjack. Like, I legitimately don't think I've worked on this game in probably a year and a half at least. And even before that, it was very sporadic. Yeah, so I was running into the problem before of the sprites. I ended up I don't want to say over-engineered, I over-rendered them, I think is the best word. I can show you, like... So the ice I've kind of left... Oh. Did I just delete the rest and save this wrong? Looks like I did. Cool, I deleted stuff. Whoops. Oh no, here it is. Like, here's the difference. Like, this is what I had for the... This is what I was originally doing for, like, the haunted house blocks, and you can see how much more rendered it, like, just how much more it was. And this is just too... It's too detailed. Like, I like the look of the one on the right, the one in A-Sprite. I like that look. But when you mix it with the monkeys and everything like that, it just wasn't looking quite right. Yeah, too detailed, effectively. Yeah, when I say over-rendered, basically, it's I added too much detail, and it ended up looking disconnected from, like, when you put the monkeys in or anything else. So I've had to scale back the rendering a bit. The monkeys didn't fit in. So the monkeys are fairly flatly rendered. And I don't want the terrain to kind of like overtake and just be too much. So I'm trying to scale it back a little bit. Yeah, especially like when you're looking at it because it's smaller on the screen. Again, if we look at like the way it renders on screen, like it's fairly small in the size. So having too much detail in here means it's going to get lost, especially like on the little ones and stuff. So there's a level of detail to make it all kind of fit together nicely and not just feel, you know, weirdly disproportionate, which is what it was feeling like. So I've been scaling stuff back. Like, I really like, you know, just kind of keeping things fairly simple. And I do really like, I actually like these for the lab blocks too. I think these are kind of fun. It is actually cold in here. I need a sweater, sorry. How's you guys' weekend going? Anybody working on a jam or anything? Is anybody actually watching the foosball game today? I kind of feel like within my audience, it's not a big of a thing. Plus, most of you are in Europe, so most of you don't really give a crap about it at all. There we go. Alright, so we need to do a pirate ship level. Watching it for the commercials only? Did the Brachys Jam start? I think it might have, actually. Get on the leg. Brachys Jam did start. What's the theme? An end is a new beginning. I feel like that's just a different wording of a theme I've heard a million times. I don't love that theme. Oh, I pulled my start bar down here. Oops. Consider joining the Brachys Jam? Nice. Yeah, boring. Yeah, that theme doesn't excite me, personally. Not really at all. Feels like roguelike bait to you? Yeah, and roguelikes are really, really sketchy to make for game jams. Just the amount of time they take is, it's not fun. Alright, so we've got to figure out... So here's my issue that I ran into with the pirate ship one. When we talk about over-rendering, the pirate got way over-rendered too, right? Like, you can just see how much detail is in that. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to take this, and we are going to scale it back a fair amount. I just want you to go onto my desktop for now. And open you. Yeah, actually, we'll just do this. Okay, you're the right size at least. Oh, I forgot to double outline it before I exported. I'm gonna do that real fast because it's just quicker. Grab all of these. Excellent. There we go. That just saves me some time outlining. Cool. How much will Monkeys goes to do this? I don't know. We haven't done the full market research on that yet in terms of like pricing, but I mean, it won't be like in an astronomical amount. I would imagine at most probably like 15 to 20 at most, and then it'll go on sale probably. I doubt it'll be more than that though, and that's pushing the we end. We need to kind of see what the market looks like and make our adjustment based on that. $69.99. I mean, I'd love to sell it for that, but I really don't feel like I can pull AAA levels of cash. The ideal price point I'd like to shoot for is probably something like 12. You'd pay $19.99. That's good to hear. I think my ideal price point that I would like to shoot for would be somewhere around like 10 to 12 probably, because the idea is we're gonna do, so we talked about it last time, but the idea is, so each level has its own gimmick, right? Like if we look over here, the factory level is gonna have conveyor belts. The the jungle level will have swinging logs. The circus level is going to have springs. So each level is going to have its own gimmick, and the idea is that we release it with it's going to be like 8 to 9 gimmicks, or 8 to 9 level types, and each level type will have at least 4 different variations of the level, so 4 different layouts. So technically each level type there's at least 4, and they'll come with a bunch of skin, there'll be skins in that. And then the idea would be we do, if it goes well enough, we start doing like little DLC packs, and the DLC packs will be like a couple of bucks for like a new level type, and some new skins, right? So new level type, new gimmick, and some new skins. So you can just kind of you could like pick and choose and add the types you like. Like we already have planned, well, it's not that we already have it planned. We decided to cut it for future would be like a space level, right, where the gravity is super low. We didn't want to mess with the gravity for the first round of production, just because we want to kind of get everything locked in, and changing like a fundamental mechanic like the gravity is a bit more tricky to play with. So imagine like the game comes out, and then like a month or two later, it's like, oh, you can pay a couple more bucks to get that level with some new skins and all that. So you can kind of pick and choose the ones you want. That's the theory we have right now. Again, we haven't done the full market research on it, but that's kind of the current idea. I'm going to self-release or consider a publisher. We're going to self-release, so I'm working with my buddy David on it, who has released a bunch of games. So basically, we'll be starting a small LLC between the two of us and releasing it under that. I don't think I'm going to go publisher route, because it just feels like a hassle, and I don't know what a publisher would really do for me. Just to be real, a lot of the times it makes sense to go with a publisher for marketing and advertising, especially. And I've kind of built my marketing and advertising platform with YouTube. LLC setup's so annoying. My buddy David's done it for he's got multiple companies set up under an LLC, so he's got the the process down. He has a whole system for doing that, because he's run, that's what he does. He sets up small businesses. He's a consultant. He does all that kind of stuff. So luckily I get to jump on and ride somebody's coattails that already knows how to do it, has been in the industry for a long time and knows what the hell they're doing. So I get to just kind of be like along for the ride. I get to be like you and Desiree. Yeah, exactly, right? Free to buy $50 for feature. Oh god. You get to be like David with dress, right? Yeah. See, you're the business guy who knows what the hell he's doing. I'm just the pleb who likes to make things. But the fun thing is I don't have to code stuff. No. Basically, Dave, I feel super honored because David, my buddy, Warped Imagination, for those that don't know, he's on YouTube. Check him out too. He's got some stuff for Monks with Guns. Really, really good Unity developer. Does a lot of VR stuff. He's building a whole motion simulator and all that kind of crap. It's ridiculous. Like the dude's a genius. And we've luckily became we became friends. He's a good friend of mine now, and he just really likes the game and offered to kind of like jump in and do this with me, and I said yes, and then put down the game, and I feel really bad about that. But I was talking to him. I went to a little get together at his house. Not this past Friday, the Friday before, and we were talking about it again. He seemed down to pick it up again. So when he starts having some free time, we'll jump into that. He's got some contracts going on right now. But yeah, so I want to get the game up and running again. I think he thinks we can make like from his perspective, we can make like a decent little about a chunk of money with it. Not like anything insane. Like, I mean, neither of us are under the impression that the game's gonna blow up and be huge. We're more thinking, it can have a decent fan base out of it probably, and be enjoyable for people. So why not, right? All right, I have way over rendered these, right? Like this is just too much, right? If we take one of the monkeys, for example. Like, this is what I mean by, like, over-rendered, right? Oh. Get on the right frame. If you just look at the monkey compared to them, that's what I mean by over-rendered. Is it going to support mods as costume? I don't know about any of that. Basically, so the way we're looking at it is we're going to put out the game in a completed state, but we're not going crazy or overboard, and we'll kind of see where the game goes from there, right? At that point, it's kind of, we're gonna run it and see. We'll take it like each step at a time. I don't want to. I know a lot of people. I'm not the type of person to be like, yes, this is the thing I'm gonna like. We're gonna be working on this for the next couple of years. There's a good chance we put it out. It sells a little bit, nobody cares, and we both move on, and, that's all it is. If people like it and people are playing it, people are enjoying it, then, more effort's going to be put into it. Again, we're going to do, like, mini DLC packs where you get, like, a different level type and skins to go along with it. In terms of mods, though, I don't know. I don't know what that entails. The game will be made in Unity, so I don't know what that kind of thing would entail, but maybe. Modding shouldn't be a big problem. Yeah, I don't know. Especially for people to like add in their own skins or something like that. I don't know. I'm sure something like that shouldn't be too hard to put together. But yeah, this is the problem, right? Look at this monkey compared to that terrain, right? It's just so much. Adding skins is easy. That's kind of what I figured. What it does, you could add DLC level packs for a couple bucks each. Yeah, that's kind of what we're thinking, right? So that would be the idea, is we put it out with, it comes with like 8 to 9 levels, and each level pack will have its own gimmick, right? So like, again, a space level will have low gravity, so each type of new level will have like its own independent gimmick for those level types, and come with a skin pack that's like fits some of it, like that'll have like the space monkey and kind of a thing. That's kind of the thought. Again, both David and I are very realistic about stuff. Like, neither of us are... I'm not a, What is this? Oh, that's that. I was trying to work on the portal. Dude, making these... I've fought with this for friggin' ever. I've done so many variations on this portal. This is a pain in the ass. Like, making kind of... like, spiraling effects. sucks to animate. This is probably the like 8th iteration of making spiral effects, and they're awful. They're so hard. So I gave up on the Portal the other night because it sucks. All right, I'm gonna flatten all this down so it's just easier for me to work with, and we're gonna start off by just simplifying this down. So let's go ahead and whoop, that's too big of a brush. We're gonna go ahead and start getting a brush. Please draw at the full opacity. That would be great. Thanks. Yeah, we're gonna do that. I think we just take the whole thing out and start over. Although I do like these nails. So we're gonna keep those, I think. Let's just get something like this going for now. I don't mind those edges there. I do want a little bit of that kind of movement in there. So let's go that. Had a weird gap there. Okay. Ah, I see why. One of them has to be longer because math. Make that one wider. Let's make this one wider too. And we gotta make one more wide. Let's go with this one. Give me my marquee, bastard. Sometimes Photoshop doesn't want to give me the tools that I want. Actually, no, that's fine. That's what I want. And then we're going to pull everything over one more too, because I've kind of been doing a... Oh, I opened up the stupid Discover tab. That's why things are being weird. Math is great. Math is... I wish I was better at math. No Coder, what's up, buddy? Welcome. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Math is mean. Dude, I've been having to do high school math to help my daughter with stuff. And I realized, like, oh man, I've had to relearn so much. I was not good at math as a child. Okay, yeah, going solid is going to be a little bit better. Do I want to do the deck like that? I think the deck's fine. It should be alright. You're really good at math, so you think like 5 steps ahead. Well, it's more with math. I forget formulas. I think a big part of it is because I don't see images in my head, so I feel like a lot of people are able to like kind of like lock in a formula of like how things lay out, and I need references like so heavily. Super bad at it. And also, I was one of those kids that was like, I'm going to art school. I'm never gonna need any of this stuff again, so so I stopped taking math as soon as they let me in high school, which was like right after like Algebra 2 at the time for me. Which means that I'm kind of a dum-dum when it comes to high-level math, because I never even did it in school. Like, I never even did high-level math in school at all. At the time, I thought I was like, oh, cool, I'm getting away with it. And now I'm like, man, I should have been I should have done it. I should have done it when I had the time, right? Because now I'm old, and learning that stuff when you're old is really rough. Who dat? Stuff? You beautiful bastard. What's up, Stuff? How you doing, buddy? Sorry to call you bastard. I really love the term beautiful bastard. Stuff, how are you? Everybody, throw some hearts in chat. Welcome our raiders. Dude, how was your stream today? How'd everything go? It's fine. I know you know it's coming from love. I know you know it's coming from love. I have an affinity for things that most people consider swears. I enjoy it. How's your stream, dude? What you working on? Guys, if you do not know Staff, you definitely should. Staff, I mean, you want to talk about an awesome artist, too. Staff does some beautiful, beautiful work. Especially in, like, 3D. Like, their game is gorgeous. Like, I legit love the wings and the flight on your character in your game. It's so pretty. How you doing today? How's the stream? This from game dev, then sculpting? Ooh. Soft subs are amazing. Dude, they really are, right? What's up, Cubus? How you doing? Fabby, how's it going? Welcome. Art of Gaming? Dude, how you been? And Lion Mane, what's going on? And Cage! Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. We are working on a game called Monkeys with Guns. For those that have not seen it, here, I got this up. It is an up to 4 player arcade style game where you basically gotta try to be the last monkey alive. It is a 30-second round. All terrain is destructible, full screen wrapping, both left and right, up and down. Crates fall with better guns, so you can upgrade your firepower. Each level's going to have its own kind of gimmick. This one has bubbles that you see here on screen, and then spikes come in after a certain amount of time, and the goal is to be the last one alive. Once that's over, you get kind of scores, you get to make fun of your friends, and you move on. You like the 30-second run? Yeah, so I've tested this game heavily. I've taken this game to many different conventions, playtest nights. I've been working on this, like, I started working on this game back in, like, 2018. I made a bunch of devlogs about it. This kind of where, like, I mean, that's why you see all the monkeys down below. It kind of all came from this. And I eventually put the game down for a bit. Probably about a year and a half or so. Especially during, so COVID hit, which means I could no longer take it to my like monthly game dev meetup and get it play tested and have people enjoy it, which is kind of what it was originally designed for. I couldn't take it to be played. It was really hard to make a local multiplayer game, you know, during like the whole lockdown situation. And then we had a rash of gun violence going on, which is still going on, but it's, you know, it's never gonna stop in the freaking US. So I kind of put the game down for a good while, but now I need to just get it done. It's been living in my head. Like, you know, I hate the term rent-free, but it's legitimately been like, it's felt like I've just had a giant, you know, monkey hovering over me for the last multiple years, and I need to finish it. I'm working with a friend on the game who is doing all of the coding and stuff. So the game is being transferred over to Unity. I don't like the spacing on this now. And I was running into a problem. I was over-rendering. So this is... I need to scale back. I did a bunch of... Okay, I'm screwing myself up because I have OBS on my main monitor, and I keep looking up and thinking that my mouse cursor is in the wrong monitor. But I over-rendered the hell out of these blocks. Too much detail. So as you can see, like, there's just, like, so much detail. So I've been going through the process of scaling it back now and kind of making, like, this is the updated version of these blocks because they just didn't fit with the aesthetic of the rest of the game and the monkeys and everything like that. So I really like the rendering I did on the right. What you see on the right, I really like what that looks like. It just doesn't fit with the rest of the game, and consistency is way more important than, at least to me, consistency is way more important than, you know, the quality of the, like, art itself, right? So, like, just because it looks really good doesn't mean it fits. So, I'm scaling this stuff back is what we're looking at right now, because this is just too much. Alright, I want to... The math doesn't add up on these planks, unfortunately, which is rather annoying here. No, I think I just want one in the middle. I think I just want one of the ones in the middle to be the wide one. So we're currently working on the blocks for the pirate ship level. The gimmick for that level is going to be a cannon that fires every so often and falls down the middle of the level, which should be cool. That feels better. That feels much, much better. And I do apologize. I'm working on a tablet. I don't have like a good like stand for it to keep it up high. So I apologize that I'm like staring down today, but I'm working on a drawing tablet. No moss and vines on the stones. Honestly, maybe. So although the terrain is destructible, I probably should look at that one. We have because we've got like bricks. To be real, I don't want to like overdo the level, because again, all of the terrain's destructible, so you break all of the terrain as you go. And I'm erring on the side, I need to err myself on the side of lighter. Or I need to err on the side of like less detail. We'll get it in, we'll see how it kind of plays and looks, and then we can always update later. So my goal right now, at least with getting all the stuff built out, is erring on the side of less detail first, and because we can always add detail later. It's a lot more of a pain in the ass to take detail away, as we're finding out right now. So going through that process is kind of a pain in the ass. Too shy and can't look you in the eyes. I'll be 100% honest. I can't look people in the eyes. Like, I don't know if it's the like ADHD or a bit of being on the spectrum or whatever, because I know I've never been diagnosed with either, but like I'm 100%. I definitely 100% ADHD. On the spectrum bit there too. I can't look people in the eyes. There's literally one person in this world that I can look in the eyes and not feel uncomfortable, and that's Lady Lark. Like, I cannot look people in the eyes. It makes me feel so uncomfortable. So if I do have to, like if I'm in an interview or something, I look right here. You look right here on people. It looks like you're looking them in the eyes, but yeah, there's nothing worse to me than having to look someone directly in the eyes. Oh, it hurts. Am I doing the brackets jam? I am not. Honestly, we looked at the theme. Don't love it. Don't love it. I'm still on I'm taking a bit of a break from jams. I did like 40 game jams in 3 years, and I'm fried. Like, I'm dead on jams for the most part, and I haven't had the drive to do them. So I'm kind of just trying to listen to myself and just, do a little better. I've been struggling a lot with just massive anxiety and depression issues recently. Even worse, like honestly worse so than normal. So I'm just trying to keep myself in things that make me feel happy. And right now, the thought of the stress of a game jam, like sends me into a bit of a spiral before I even like have started. So while that's happening, I think I'm just gonna keep letting it lie, and we'll get back to it eventually. The other thing is, on YouTube, I am like the game jam guy. It's my niche, is kind of my thing, and I want to get away from it. Because literally, if I do anything that's not a game jam, like my views are crap, like nobody cares. So I need to start taking a hit on stuff and just getting myself out of being the game jam guy. Not that I dislike it. It's more just I don't want to be known as like that only that. Toddy Beckers, what's up, buddy? Welcome. How are you today? I hope you're doing well. What are you making sprites for? Monkeys with guns. We are making the destructible terrain. So each level will have different types of terrain. Yeah, Ermelburn does the monthly jam videos. If you're still interested in jams, by the way, Ermelburn, do you have one for this month already? You have one for this month. If you'd like to throw it in the chat, feel free. Health is important. Yeah, I mean, it's a weird balance, right? Like, to be honest, like the one thing that kind of like I enjoy doing is streaming. I like getting up here and talking, and doing like I really still enjoy streaming. Recording YouTube videos is like pulling teeth right now, and has been for the last couple of months. That's just why I haven't made any. So I'm sorry about that, and I need to get back to it. It just, it is what it is. I'm trying to get through it. I'm trying to understand all this stuff. I'm trying to just hang out and be a better me, which actually I need to move all of this down one. I just want to be, normal. I don't know. What is normal? I don't think normal actually exists, to be real, so. But I want to enjoy the things that I'm doing again, and it's been a little while. So, yeah, we're working on it. We're trying to get back into it. Alright, so I was doing way too much little detail in these, so I think I want to take that same kind of idea, but not as much. Do we... Because I feel like any kind of rendering we do on this is just going to feel too much with it. Let's soften these edges a little bit. Oh, the other thing I want to do is I need a small preview. One cool thing, if you do work in Photoshop, I 100% do not recommend anybody make pixel art in Photoshop, unless you are extremely experienced with Photoshop, because it is a pain in the ass process. I've been using Photoshop for over 20 years, so I'm comfortable in it. But if you do use Photoshop, you can go into here, pull arranged, and pull out a new window of the one you're working on. So it's the same kind of thing where you can get, it's like the preview you can get in a Sprite. So I really like to do this. I can pull this out, and we can see in real time at a smaller size. So that means I can come over here, zoom way in, and do something like this, and you can see it updated in the small preview, which is really handy. So we're gonna lob this over here for a sec, and I want to make sure it's not covered by me. There we go. Cool. Now we can work and see it at a decent scale at the same time. White Vault, what's up, buddy? You want to post more on YouTube, but sure. Dude, YouTube is rough. What's up, buddy? Guys, if you don't know White Vault, check him out. If you like pixel art, if you think I'm anywhere decent at pixel art, you got to go look at that man's work, because it's beautiful. beautiful. Do I want to round this off? Let's see how it feels. I kind of like it rounded off. Do I? Do I really? Anthony LaRose, what's up, buddy? How you been? Maybe just post something about the game you're working on. I mean, White Vault is working a game called The Adventures of Captain Carrot, which is like fantastic and amazing, and we should do blocks for that, because I'm gonna make White Vault. I'm basically gonna bully White Vault into letting me put Captain Carrot stuff into this game. Whether you like it or not, Vault. Can't tell if I like it or not. Let's lighten it up a little bit. Nah, I like to just planks better. I'm not a fan of hard edges in pixel art. Like, weirdly enough, it's just like a weird thing I have. I honestly hate that. Like, a hard edge just always looks wrong to me. So I try and avoid them. So furniture drawers? No, this is going to be, so the way the game works is it's full of blocks. Oh, mouse is on the wrong screen. So you have blocks like this, and the blocks are destructible. So right now, in like the beta version of the game that I've made years ago, all of the blocks for each level are exactly the same. But each level is going to have its own type of block. So we are working on there's going to be a pirate ship level, effectively. So we're going to make the blocks, and then over here we're going to make a cannon and a cannonball. So these are the different types of blocks we have now with the gimmicks for the level. Like, this level has conveyor belts. This level has swinging platforms. This has spring pads. This one has up and down, like, crane winches. This one has falling platforms. This one has, like, disappearing platforms. The ice is just ice. It's all slippery. This one's going to have a portal, which... Ooh, portal animations are a bitch. This kind of animating is... I'm reworking on the portal, which is, ooh. Animating spirals and like that is a toughie. It's a toughie. So yeah, we're just kind of going, the idea is, because it's the pirate ship level, we're just going for blocks that look more like, you know, they would be like a chunk of a pirate ship kind of a thing. The combination, oh my god, that combination of emotes is amazing. Dusty also, thanks for showing, no problem. Randomness, how you doing, buddy? don't animate. Oh God. But I think part of my like charm with the things that I make is the animations. I do feel like I have a little skill at animating. Like, I'm not amazing, obviously, but whereas like, look at this. Look how pretty this is. Look at the conveyor belt animation. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. But like, honestly, this one, like the spiral, had to start off like this, and then I had to. So one trick, if you have to do that, if you want to cut down animations, start at full like single frame animation, then cut it in half, then cut it in half again. So the actual speed is actually running at a fourth of the initial animation just to make it clean. But I do think I have some decent skills at animating. Does this one have the scientist? No, where's the scientist one? The scientist one is super cute. Yeah, I lost him. It gone. Yeah, even ones like this, right? Look how cute this guy is. This isn't for the game, but look how cute he is. This guy would not be as cute if he didn't animate so adorably. Right? So I do think I have a bit of a skill in animation. It just takes forever. All right, let's kind of texture this up a little bit, just not overdo it. I want something more kind of just, you know, just a little here and there to make it feel like it's been used and lived with. God, it's a jam. If you like our music, it's made by our good friend Droopy. Droopy's just amazing. Goes a little too long for me. Pellets. Trying to think if I want any like mid-plank kind of feel. It feels like too much. I think even this feels like a little bit too much. Let's keep it a little plainer. Honestly, I'm going to stick with that feel. And I think that just, yeah, I think that just feels nicer. All right, we're going to go with that. Again, I'm trying mostly to keep it under detailed. I don't want to go over the top because we can always add more detail later. But I would like to get a nice, just consistent look to everything right now. So this should be clean to kind of throw these in, and then we'll start breaking it. Because then we got to do the breaking pieces. Is it intended for the bottom plank to be shorter than 3 above? So I have kind of a pseudo-ish 3D kind of effect that I'm doing on all of them that kind of just gives them a little bit of a bump out. I don't want them to look like too 3D-ish, but yeah, it's kind of a... I could probably pull this one down more, actually. You're right. You're right. Why you guys always gotta be right, huh? 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 Making me look bad in front of my friends. Yeah, I agree. Fine. Fine. You're right. See, this is why I keep you guys around, because without you, I'd be making stupid decisions all day. Do we want to try and pop some shadows on these? Give those a little bit of a pump out. Yeah. Yeah. We can do that. That looks pretty. Yeah. Last time somebody agreed with you, it was never. Randomness, it's just because you talk crazy. If you didn't talk so crazy all the time, people would agree with you more. So about your ideas are horrible? No, they're not horrible. They're just crazy. It's cause you got troll behavior that happens, and people know what you're up to. We're gonna work smarter, not harder here. And use what we got. This is probably one of my favorite Droopy songs. It's so haunting. Alright, so now we're going to need to kind of space these out. So let's go one here. Let's do this evenly. I'm hoping that with enough practice, I can, just work and make sprites as fast as White Vault does, because I'm in awe of how quickly White Vault makes things. It's absolutely ridiculous. That might be too big. That'd be fun. Maybe I should just try to get 3 in there instead. Otherwise, yeah, I think they're going to get too wide otherwise. So yeah, let's go ahead and try and get a 3rd one in here. Let's just do it like this. We're going to grab you. Go here. How much further do you go in? You go down a fair amount. Okay, so let's go ahead and move. Let's shrink this one up a bit. Just a smidgen. Pull you up there. I'm going to have to pull you up at least one more, I'm pretty sure. Damn it, why am I always off? Math. Counting. Pshaw. We're still off by 1. Okay, so this lower one's gonna have to be off by 1. I don't want to hear a thing about it, chat. I want to hear it. God, stop opening the Discover tab. I need to turn that off. That can work. Started working on modding support straight away. Then it won't be too hard to implement. I mean, again, I'm not dealing with the coding part of the game, so... What's up, Antable? Didn't know I enjoy boxing. Punch. My cool glove. I think I'm just gonna start wearing this as a fashion statement now. Just makes me look cool. Warka, what's up, buddy? How are you today? Hope things are going well. Guys, if you do not know Warka, I think we rated Warka yesterday, right? How'd the pirate game... Yeah, we did. How'd the pirate game keep going? Warka is making a super awesome game called The Hauntings, which is a Phasmophobia-esque game with, more stuff to it. Not too bad, just chilling. Nice, buddy. Yeah, so if you guys haven't checked out Warka stuff, Warka, is the Phasmophobia, the Hauntings being made in Unreal 5, or are you still working in Unreal 4? But if you like Unreal Engine, Warka works in Unreal Engine. I don't remember if it's UE4. Oh, the pirate game was UE4. Hauntings is UE5. Awesome. Yeah, so the Hauntings looks super cool. I've actually never played any of those types of games. I've never played Phasmophobia or anything, so I'm kind of waiting now, and I'm like, okay, when the Hauntings comes out, it's going to be the first of that style of game that I play, and I'm kind of excited. Because, to be real, Phasmophobia hasn't interested me at all, but from seeing the stuff you've been making, I really dig what's going on with it, so that'll probably be the first game of that style that I've played, and I'm excited. Yeah, we are working on a game. Mark, have you ever seen Monkeys with Guns? I feel like since I've known you, like, started streaming and stuff like that, I don't know if I've ever worked on this game. Trying to get a demo done, day jobs roughly. Dude, I feel that. I legit am working 7 days a week right now. Sounds familiar? Yeah, so this has kind of been my, like, it's a game that I'm, like, known from like YouTube and all that, but it's a multiplayer, it's a local multiplayer arcade style game with full screen wrapping. And then after it's a 30-second rounds, and then after the 30 seconds happens, spikes come in from either the top and bottom or left and right and force an end to the game. So on top of it's less about like kill your opponents and more it's last monkey standing. So but the fighting is basically to keep pressure on everybody. It's been tried. I've tested it many times. I've taken it to many conventions back in the day and all that, and now I'm actually getting back into it. So we're adding in things like a tournament mode, so you can basically, instead of it, there's an arcade mode, which is just that, right? It's the 30-second rounds, people pick their skins. That's like where all the monkeys down below came from. Same with all, like, working on different skins and stuff for the monkeys. But the idea is that, you know, it's got the 30-second rounds. You can play the arcade mode, which is just one on, or you can do like a tournament mode where you can sit down with a bunch of friends, set a number of like rounds you're gonna play, and then based on like whoever survives the longest in the round gets like, you know, 4 points. Whoever, you know, it's like 4 points. The second person gets 3, so you get points based on how well you did per round. And then there's a most damage badge that gives you an extra couple of points. So you can try and sneak that in too. And then after a certain number of rounds, you'll have like a winner. Yeah, it should be cool. I'm hoping. I mean, the game itself, at least the initial ones that we've played for, you know, ages now, that I've had for like ages now, has been fun. And now we just gotta get it finished up, because there's so much to it. You know, it's that end of the game thing. It's not local multiplayer if you have long enough cables. I mean, that is true. We are not doing online multiplayer because, like, for a game like that, could you imagine setting up online multiplayer for that type of an action game? It's just, it's not worth it. Last 10% of the game is the worst. Yeah, the big thing too is I've been I was battling with backgrounds, and I'm not a backgrounder's. I hate backgrounds. So I think we've just made the decision that we're straight up we're gonna hire someone to do backgrounds. Online multiplayer is a bit rough. Yeah, and I mean, you think about, like, look how fast paced and like with how action packed the game is, like how fast paced it is. Like if you look like the actual game, can you imagine like trying to like keep that like networked up and like not desyncing? With the monkeys like flying through the screen and all of that, it would be an absolute nightmare. Like we've been, it would be an absolute nightmare. It would be awful. So it's just it doesn't seem worth it, because especially, like, you know, we're not making a huge AAA game here, so it's yeah, we're gonna keep it in the realm of reasonability. Loading monkeys everywhere, bullets kind of like staggering. You just need to do a lot of client side. Yeah, I mean, basically we'd have to set it up like a full fighting game, right? When I was initially thinking about it years ago of like, oh, maybe we can make it online. I watched a GDC talk from Neversoft, from like the online netcode for, I think it was Injustice they were talking about, and oh god, dealing with rollbacks and. I don't think it's worth it. This game was kind of built as a get your friends together, sit down, play a few games. You know, the idea would be kind of like what Magic was built for, right? Like a Magic was originally kind of designed as a game you play before like D&D. So at a get together, you kind of sit down and play. But I know the game like works well. I've shown it at conventions, had a lot of people play it, sit down and really enjoy it. I took it to a family Christmas years and years ago and set it up, and like my cousin's kids that were like, you know, I think like 11 and under at the time, legitimately, and the game was at a really unfinished stage then, they legitimately sat down and played for like 5 hours straight. And it was like in a super broken state at that time. So it's at least engaging enough that people do enjoy it. So I'm calling it with that and just making it a thing. We're adding in AI. We are adding in some AI. David has set that up, so you'll be able to put in like other monkeys. But I'm basically the kind of like talking point for it is like if you're buying the game to play solo, you're not gonna have as good of a time with it. It's really meant to be played with other people, and that just is what it is. My ultimate dream, by the way, is to put this in an arcade cabinet. I really just want this in an arcade cabinet. Like, how cool will it be to be able to walk up and, like, play this in an arcade? Oh. And so the guy that I'm making the game with, he's been working in the games industry for, like, well, he's been around it for like 20 years. He was a tools programmer at Sony back in the day. He's owned his own like indie companies. He's done a bunch of different stuff. And actually, Walker, dude, while you're here, before you go, check this. So this is the guy that I'm working with. Look at this thing. Imagination. Like, David's so far out of my league in terms of, like, the things that he does. But, let's see, does he have a recent video for the simulator? So he's got a side company that's making a full motion simulator for VR, where you sit in a giant thing. Here's some monkeys with gun stuff, like the AIs. But does this one have the simulator in it? Yeah, look at this thing. It's so cool. I was at his house the other day, and we were looking at it. He's putting it back together right now, and I'm totally gonna play with this thing. I'm like, dude, I'm really upset that I still haven't been able to play with this thing. But the idea is you're in a big gun turret, and you're he's also got like a mech game for it. This is Star Citizen material. His art director, like his guy that's designing all this stuff, was the Star Citizen art director from their Kickstarter. So, yeah, it legitimately is Star Citizen, because the guy that's creating all of this art and everything is literally the guy that made all the stuff for Star Citizen. That's his side project. I mean, it's kind of like a side company that he's building. He's not sure. He's kind of in it's kind of in limbo, because it was basically initially set up to be a like company that they would sell these to like theme parks and amusement parks and stuff. But the live entertainment world is kind of still in turmoil after the pandemic. Like, it basically, the simulator got kind of like dismantled and kind of, shelved during the pandemic. So it's kind of that. But the other thing that they were doing with it, I know one of the things they had planned, I don't know if that's still planned, that was a really cool idea, is you'd have one person in there and other people with like controllers on TVs that are like the bomber, like the ships coming in and attacking. It's just such a cool idea. Unfortunately, the whole live entertainment space, I know he was talking to a bunch of people in like China for amusement parks and other places, but the whole like live entertainment space has become a little bit tumultuous in the last couple of years, as you'd expect. Go back to a Dave & Buster's for... Yeah, that's the other thing, right? Like, it could possibly get like a Dave & Buster's. We're not sure. Frozen Well, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Grand Isle, how you doing, buddy? Welcome. And Osix, hello. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But like, he does know people at I'm trying to remember. There's like a big arcade in like LA as well. So I mean, it might even be possible to get monkeys with guns into like an arcade, into like one of those types of arcades too, which might be really cool someday. So who knows? Oh God. Official Mr. Duck, too. What's up, buddy? How you been? Hope you're doing well. So live entertainment is kind of dead, is what you're saying? No, it's more like theme parks. So here's the issue, right? Especially because it's VR, you've got a lot more things to deal with, because now you've got a theme park where people are getting in, touching stuff, and putting things on their faces. And even before the pandemic, he came to one of our meetups and was like, hey, did you know that ocular herpes is a thing you have to worry about in VR when you're sharing goggles? So there's already issues with things like that. So it's kind of one of these like that was already a thing, like the sanitary issues and things like that were already a thing that we had to worry about, that he already had to worry about before the pandemic. Now it's even worse, right? So there's just a lot more hurdles to jump through. Just put a plastic bag over your eyes. Just plastic bag overhead, then VR headset. Don't put plastic bags over your head, kids. It's not safe. It's like when I was a child we used to have all of the G.I. Joe and stuff would tell you to make sure if you're playing in a junkyard, which, obviously that was a thing that was done because parents didn't give a shit about their children back then. Don't get in old abandoned fridges because you'll get stuck inside. Not really a thing with modern fridges, but old fridges used to latch. So legitimately, there used to be PSAs to not play in like abandoned fridges. This is the world I grew up in, where parents did not care about their kid. The maniac giggle. I mean, think about it. That was a warning. When I grew up, there was also like, spots on TV that would say, "It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are?" That's how bad that generation was at raising children. And they wonder why I'm weird. Too many junkers that got trapped. I mean, honestly, like, at least where I've lived, I've never been able to just play in a junkyard. I always wanted to go scrapping as a kid. Like, and you can't do that at any dumps around where I live. Like, I've never been able to go to a place where, like, you could go and scrap, right? And by scrapping, like, go and actually, just, like, search through and find stuff to make things out of. Can't do that around here. Not allowed. Never has been. I always wanted to be able to do that, though. I don't like this little block. Little block needs to be something different than just a plank, I think. Little block needs to be something else. Children, wait, I had some of those. Where did I put them? Cuba, you better find them, because unfortunately, the government gets mad if you don't know what happens to them. Like, I know where my child is. Put her to work. She's at work. Kitchen is a straight up minefield. I mean, if you think about it, honestly, when you become a parent, you actually start thinking about that, because it's like, oh, my kid's gonna cook something. Knives, fire. This could be bad. Child labor. She's getting paid. I mean, to be fair, like, it's her first job. She's getting paid. It's still trippy to me that my child's old enough to work. But she's doing good. She wanted a job to be able to spend her own money, and I commend that. What do we do for the little block? Fire? Who's cooking with fire? I mean, technically, we don't have fire here. There's like no gas in my apartment at all. We don't actually have. My apartment complex doesn't have gas at all because of that kind of thing. So we have an electric stove. Yeah, legitimately, I don't have a gas bill because my complex doesn't do gas. No gas until nacho night, I see. I mean, I produce steady amounts, so we're fine. Your house isn't just fire, sometimes leaks fire. What's up, Argent Nerd? See, I've actually had my house burned down. When I was 10, I've run out of a burning house. My house legitimately burned down when I was 10. So I have a bit of a fear of fires because of that, like of that. Yeah. 8 days before Christmas, my house burned down when I was 10, and we had 60-foot flames coming out of the top of the house that brought in 2 fire stations that weren't even called. They just saw the fire. And if you've ever seen the movie Backdraft, it's real. I watched it happen. The fire started in our garage, and it was one of the old, like, garage doors that, like, the wooden ones. It short-circuited it, so it started to open. It literally sucked the fire back in, and then exploded out on the cars in the driveway. Like, I literally watched Backdraft happen. It's a real freaking thing, and it's horrifying. If you've ever seen the movie Backdraft, I know it's old, but yeah, backdrafts are horrifying because it legitimately turns just a fire into an explosion. It's crazy. My family's pretty sure that's where my anxiety issues started. What do we do with the small block? What's a good small block for a pirate ship? Let's go. Oh, sorry, I'm smacking the mic because I'm working on. I'm not used to streaming on my like streaming and using my tablet at the same time, so it's a little awkward for me looking down. A crate. The crates are already falling from the sky. They're the things that bring in the guns. So we've already got crates that fall on parachutes. Little rum barrel. I think it'd be too small. Give the mic a good smack. Oh yeah, take that, chat. Little ASMR. Little BDSM ASMR. You're a bad chat. Sorry. Sorry for turning you all on. What the fuck am I saying? Pirate ship sprites. Let's see. What do we get if we just Google that and look up? Alright, we're just getting actual ships. What if we do pirate ship tile set? See what other people have done. So we can make it look like a beam, maybe? Barrel could work. Pirate ships are just all wood, is the problem. Kind of boring. Just wooden barrels. Eudoros, what's up, buddy? How's it going? Welcome. Now we're monkeys with guns. I'm just calling it like, yeah, I'm giving up on. I'm just putting away some of my objection to the guns thing because I just need to get this game made, and I can't think of anything better. Ooh, we could do like a porthole. It might be too small for a porthole, though. These are just going to be floating in space, so it needs to be semi-terrain-ish, you know, in general, because these are just blocks that all get broken. Thought you said portholes were hard to animate. God damn it, randomness, that is really good. A chest? I feel like if we do a chest, then it needs to have something in it. Chests kind of have a like, when a gamer sees a chest, there's kind of a pre-understanding of a chest. And I feel like if it's just a decoration or thing, it might feel weird. Dark Demon Gamer, what's up, buddy? How's it going? Kind of game we're making. It is a local multiplayer arcade-style game that looks like it is. So it's up to 4-player, full screen wrapping arcade-style game where you are fighting with each other. The terrain is all destructible. It is they're 30-second rounds. When the timer counts down to 0, spikes come in from either the left and right or the top and bottom of the screen. And yeah, it's Last Monkey Standing. This is a game we're making. Each level is going to have its own kind of blocks and terrain, and right now we are working on the one for the pirate ship level. I'm trying to figure out what to do with the little block. I guess we could make it more like a mask with a sail kind of hanging off. Yeah, that could work. That could work, just to give it a little bit of difference, too, because we could probably throw a porthole into the big one here, too, just to give it a little bit more interest. Yeah, I think maybe like a rig of a tail or something like that. Yeah, that could work. Let's try that. Let's see how that looks. Okay, so we kind of want to... Let's see. I want to leave at least the sizing there. Let's try that. So let's go ahead and yank you off. So if we pull it from like that, and then we just have kind of like a tatter hanging down, maybe? Where's my palette? Let's grab you. So we kind of have like tattered rags, maybe, of a sail. I will clean this up, obviously. Yeah, something like that might work. Yeah. You guys making fun of me for saying yeah? I'm thinking. You're gonna distract me? Don't you distract me. I literally just figured out what we're doing. Why gotta be like that? Huh? Huh? Wait till I get excited, think of what I'm doing, and then it's like, no, we're gonna look, shiny object. Hey, Vimlark, look over here. Ooh, pretty. Damn it.
Get distracted. Also, I'm sure you've ignored like 80% of my messages today.
Have I? I'm sorry. What did I miss? I'm sorry. Please don't hate me. I'm a bad person today. I woke up in a mood. Too late. Very distracted. Very distracted. Ooh, look at the shiny monkey. Look at the shiny objects. Let's throw some, we'll probably need to put some rope falling from it. Or should we make it like a little flag kind of a thing hanging down? I feel like it's just gonna look like a bunting flag at that point, though, if I do that. I don't know if I like this or not. I like the idea, though. So I guess before we kill it, let's keep trying to make it look somewhat decent here. Don't like that. Pirate flag. The problem is the blocks are repeated, and I want to kind of keep it in a simple-ish form. So if it's too detailed and there's too many of them around, it's going to look awkward. Decisions. Vertical banner. That's kind of what I was thinking, but again, I think it might be too much if we do that. Because if we have a bunch of them next to each other, what does that come out looking like, right? Like if we take something with like that, and then it's got... That might look kind of weird. Because the way the levels are designed, like each of these are individual, like breakable objects. It's a small jar of dirt! I've got a small jar of dirt. This is my jar of dirt. I also don't want Disney to sue me, so we're probably not going to do a jar of dirt. Disney's very litigious. And they don't like when people reference their stuff. They get mad at you. How about a jar of sand? It's a jar of earth. It's not dirt. There's a difference. Mine has worms in it. I've never even finished the Pirates franchise. Robbie Gubby, thank you for the follow. I've never actually finished the Pirates movies. I think I've only seen up to the third one. Are the other ones worth watching? Because the first one's amazing. Are the fourth and fifth ones worth watching? Are there any Pirates of the Caribbean fans in here? Shouldn't finish them? Okay. Yeah, some. So, okay. It's a hit and miss, maybe. Pretty good for the average viewer. Yeah. See, the Pirate series is weird to me because I grew up in, I live in Southern California. I grew up in Southern California, so we used to go to Disneyland all the time. Like, legitimately, legitimately like after school. Growing up, we had passes, so we would go after school because I lived like 15 minutes away from it, and go for a few hours and then go home and do our homework. So when the Pirates of the Caribbean movie came out, we were just like, what? Like, really? Sim, welcome. How's it going? You program Discord.js? Is Discord.js a thing? We'll say it. I'm afraid I'm not much of a programmer. I am more of a game designer than a programmer. I know a little bit about programming, but I definitely am not someone who is very knowledgeable in programming, and I'm upfront about that. I have weaknesses. Paranoid Dev. What's up, buddy? How you doing? Scott here. What are we working on? Monkeys with Guns terrain right now. So I got a bunch of these. We've got a bunch of our we've got our level types, and we are currently working on the pirate ship level. So we're going to do the terrain blocks, and then we are going to make a cannon and cannonball, which is the gimmick for that level. Discord bot API. Ooh. I've never messed with like APIs or any of that stuff for anything. I really should someday. It could be fun. I haven't had any good ideas, I think, is the big problem. Like, I don't know what I would actually want to make. Like, I do keep getting this feeling that I want to make, like a tool or some sort of thing. And I can't think of a good thing to make, so I tend to not. We like that as having like a Terra sale. I don't love that. I don't love that. Just a library? Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. You can do some cool stuff with Discord bots, though. I think... Was it Polymars that did some cool Discord bots? If you haven't checked out Polymars on YouTube, they've done a couple of videos on Discord bots, I think. At least one or two. I think it was Polymars. It was either Polymars or Goodgis. I don't remember which one. I think it was Polymars, though. Just a fish head block? It's the tiny block, though. It's the tiny block. Cannonball might be too dark. Cannonball will be fine. So the way the cannonball is going to work is there's basically going to be cannons at the bottom, like a cannon that comes up at the bottom of the screen, fires up in the background, and then it'll have like a warning sign. It'll fall through like the middle of the level, or like different parts of the level, destroying terrain and stuff, so you got to get out of the way. Polymars is awesome. Polymars is super cool. Yeah, super nice dude, too. Made some cool Discord bots in the past. Yeah, I've never done a Discord bot. Again, I haven't. What did your Discord bots do? I mean, other than the bot we have on our Discord, which is just kind of, standard, moderator bot kind of a thing. I want to come up with like a cool idea. Cannonball block. Oh no, this won't be a cannonball because the cannonball is going to be one of the cannonball will be an actual gimmick for the level. So the block can't be a cannonball. I think it just has to be another plank for this and just, honestly to stop making my life hell. Because the idea is I want to put in decorations later, Barrel of Dynamite. It's too small. This is the small block. And if we do Barrel of Dynamite, then it's really got to explode. Right? But the thing is with the game, the terrain gets destroyed really fast as it is, right? So the one thing to keep in mind is, like, the terrain tends to get destroyed fairly quickly because the players can shoot it and destroy it. So I want to make sure that we're not, if we do too much that destroys the terrain, like if it does extra explosions, that's already going to become a problem. So I want to make sure that we don't do too much, because I want the destruction to mostly come from the players. Because I feel like it's more fun that way. It gives the players more agency. And the way that this one works is, I don't think I have any good video examples of it right now. Maybe David does on his channel. I don't think he has them playing in the cannon level, though. These are his test levels. It's just him talking about the AI for the monkeys. Yeah, so for example, too, like, here's what the AI, like, this is just a full AI, like, fight of monkeys. It's actually pretty good. The AI actually works decently well. Oh, this doesn't show. We've also gone and, like, we've screwed around with spawning, like, 120 monkeys into one level. It's chaos. Wally G, hello. Not long ago, I started to learn a new language called Rust. Truth feel very challenged by learning it. Become high level Python. Wanted to ask which language suitable for cyber information security. Ooh, you know what? I honestly don't have a good answer for you on that one. I'm not much of a programmer. I know Rust is a really popular language right now, but I don't know about like cybersecurity and stuff. So I'm afraid I can't really help you that much in that regard. I try to be honest about the things I don't know, and that's fair. That's one thing I definitely don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm trying to think of a good person on Twitch too. Primagean might know a bit about that. There's a Twitch streamer called the Primagean, and I believe he works for Netflix and stuff. And he would be someone that would probably know a fair bit about stuff like that. David, what's up, buddy? How you doing? The small block was a crate. The problem is the falling blocks are crates. We have crates that fall in with guns, so I don't want to confuse it. I think I'm just gonna make it planks for now, and we can revisit it later. Because what I would like to do after this is do a second layer on top of all of these. That's more like detail layers. That way we can vary the blocks up in game, right? So we were talking about having, possibly having like moss and stuff on this. What I would like to do is do a second layer on the blocks that basically is kind of an overlay that we can randomize, so the blocks aren't always the exact same thing. Pirate, Go Pirate. Oh, Pirate. Thor knows a bunch of cybersecurity stuff. Okay, so Go Pirate Software is another person. Thor's pretty cool, although I was kind of sad to see them playing Hogwarts Legacy. A little bummed about that. Let's kind of clean this up. You know what? Just to keep us moving, I'm gonna leave it as just a plank for now, and we can always revisit. But I would like to not get stuck in. One problem I've been having a lot recently with everything, in general, is getting myself just stuck on stuff and like not being able to move on, and it's really been a problem for me. So I need to just kind of keep myself going, I think. So I need to not let myself get hung up in stupid crap. And this may not be stupid necessarily, but I think just keeping progress going is going to be important for me right now. So let's do that and, get to some of the fun stuff. Oh, this is too big. That's why that looks weird. You're too big. That'll do it. That's one thing that'll make things look weird. Oh, no, you're about the right... yeah, you are. You're 1 pixel too big. When you hit that point where you can see, like, when 1 pixel is off, and you're like, ah... Makes your brain go nuts. Super nice sprites. Thank y'all. Yeah, I'm kind of digging the look so far. Like, these are the lab blocks, which I'm kind of digging. Ice blocks. Ice blocks I still feel are a little over-rendered, but I'm leaving them. The haunted house. This is for the temple level. This is for the construction level. This is for the circus level, the jungle level, and the factory level. So I'm digging the block look so far. See, I had these way over-rendered, and I gotta kind of pull them back. Planking time. Who remembers planking as a really dumb internet trend, where you would just lay on things? The internet used to be a really weird place. Now it's just a sad place. Remember the good old days of, yeah, it's fair. Remember the good old days when, like, you know, the internet trend was just like laying on things as opposed to, like, you know, eating detergent. It's still weird. I mean, it's more sad now because the internet's become homogenized and just turned into, like, crazy. And it's so negative. I'm tired of all the negativity everywhere. It's making me sad. It's really affecting mental well-being. I want to be happy again. I need to be a child. I'm not happy with this block, but I need to not care. It's too dark in here. I don't like it, but I'm calling it. It's only negative if you hang around the sad corners of the internet. I mean, so here's the problem. Negativity gets views. Negativity gets views. You get significantly more views, you get significantly more attention, people pay significantly just everything more if you're negative. It's the way of the world. It's why TV is the way it is and all that. Search small communities, yeah. Yeah, it's a rough spot. It's a rough one. Hopefully someday things will go back to, you know, not crap. Eventually, we'll get there. We'll get there. I have hope. Kinda. Alright. We need to get rid of this, because that's all too much. And we are going to now break this up. So we have 2 stages of destruction. Actually, I'm not going to do that, because I'm just going to use those once I get them. Okay. So, now we got to start breaking this stuff. Let me... move some things around. I want the plank to look like it's kind of busted out. This song is a banger. That one's already broken in that way, so let's try and break this one over this way. This one should look like it gets shifted over that way. Damn it. Shift one plank diagonal. I'm going to move that a little bit. Diagonal gets a little funky looking. But we will. We will. We're going to drop this one, I think, right here. Pull it down about there, probably. I want to keep the silhouette kind of nice and jaggy. We don't want to over destroy here because we're gonna have okay, I gotta turn this off. I keep hitting Control F constantly and it's pissing me off. What is that? That's discover. Menu. Where's the discover tab? What are you in? Are you in Windows? Photoshop's keyboard thing is a bitch. And I haven't turned this off since I reinstalled Photoshop. Where's the Discover tab? Damn it. What menu do you fall under? Because I keep this keeps popping up every time I hit Control F, and I hit Control D non-stop. I'm just trying to remember what menu this comes out of. Keyboard shortcuts. Thought it was in the help. Damn. Sorry, it's driving me crazy. I gotta get rid of this. I gotta get rid of this. It is a pissing me off. God, the search function in here is just a nightmare. There's just no way to search. Panel menus. Alright, we're, to the internets. To the internets. Photoshop. Discover panel. How do I find you? It's in the help menu. Why are you not here? I don't know why Photoshop's key binding has to be such a pain in the ass. Everybody pinned! Alright, hang on one sec. Like, you know how most things will let you just like type it in and it'll find what it is for you? Not here. Photoshop doesn't seem to have the, need to do that for you or do anything nice. This is why I haven't turned it off yet, is because I can't fucking find it. Where is it in the key binding? Remove. I just need to see where it's at. Jesus. Why is nothing helpful? Alright, I give up. Well, I've wasted too much time, sorry. I've wasted too much time. Ugh. If I bind something else, it'll undo it. Does it? Does that work? I just wish there was an easy way to find it. I found it before. Like, I've found it before, and I've turned it, and I've been able to just delete the shortcut. But I can't remember where it was. It's not set up as a tool. Yeah. Grumpy Guppy, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Welcome. I'm more just annoyed I can't find it, really. Alright, if we go through the help... Oh, it is that. It's Photoshop help. It's Photoshop help. You don't have a shortcut set. It's already in use in edit, search. Ah, there it is. There it is. Fuck off. Yay! We found it! Naming is just a suggestion, apparently. Keeping things consistent across things, it's just a suggestion. Good God. Working on this project, joining streaming back. Well, thank you so much. Sorry about the bitching over there for me. Thank you for the help. I hope your project is going well. Oh my God, okay. Only took 15 minutes. Hey. To be fair, I only have to do that once usually. I just always forget where it is. Like there's a handful of things. This is why I say you shouldn't use Photoshop unless you really know Photoshop decently well. Like when I reinstall Photoshop on a machine, I've got to go in and turn on a bunch of legacy stuff, like the legacy saving, a couple of other like way legacy stuff works. I've got to turn on. I change a couple of other hotkeys. I got to set up a couple of actions. Like, Photoshop is really, I mean, powerful. The tools you can do, like, I mean, straight up with the actions panel, you can do some amazing stuff with the actions panel. Like, I've got a couple, like, these are just my default actions for just centering alone. Like, I can hit 2 keys to, like, center something. Doesn't even sync. I usually, don't save them across, honestly. How is free VS software superior? It probably does. I hate Adobe Cloud though, so I don't use the cloud for any of the syncing files. I actively turn like the cloud software I turn off, so it doesn't run. Like I only turn it on when I need to. So I hate I don't like Adobe syncing stuff. Especially also my current Adobe license is from work, so yeah, I don't sync any of my stuff to it. But it means I don't have to pay for 2 Adobe licenses right now. So, yeah. We just run with that. Because I'm currently not paying $50 a month for Adobe. That's my job. Still has a Windows 7 style skin. I mean... yeah, but I like Windows 7. Honestly, if I could have, I would have stayed on Windows. I liked Windows 7. They just finally took it away and made it not usable anymore. Oops. I'm gonna break you up a bit. Let's get ourselves some cracks going in. All right, let's get this outline back on. Get all that stuff back up and running. Sorry, I've missed like a ton of chat too. My apologies. Gotta have Windows 8 credit where it's due. It looked pretty good. No. Lightjack, no. Windows 8 was awful. I never liked the Metro look. Like, when Windows went to the whole Metro... Like, I never liked the Metro style, personally. It just... Aesthetically, it was boring to me. So I was never a big fan of it. Hey, we got a pirate feeling song, which is perfect for this. Pirate's life for me. Funny thing is, I'm not much of a pirate person. Are you guys a pirate or a ninjas type people? Because I am 100% a ninja person. Ninja better than pirates all day. Controversial opinion, probably. I understand if you have to unsubscribe now. But ninjas are way cooler. Shame. Pirates smell and they're thieves. Pirates are basically a bunch of dudes living on a boat full of lice and fleas and covered in garbage and stinking all the time and stealing things from people and being actual rapey assholes. And ninjas are assassins. It's not even a comparison. It's not even a comparison. Like, I know the pirate movies tried to make pirates seem like they weren't just like murderous, rapey bastards, but pirates were horrible people. Like, there's a bit of a, you know, they tried to change the image of pirates, but pirates were awful people. Pirates still exist and they're horrible. They rob ships. They kill people. I mean, assassins kill people too, but you know. Made banger music though? Did they make the banger music though, really? Modern music has been made in a pirate theme that's banger. But pirate music was not great. I mean, it was, you know, a lute and probably, you know, the little accordion thingy. Also, I find that, I'll be fair, another thing that is strictly just a me thing. I've never liked naval stuff. It's the same reason why I don't really get into sci-fi as much, because, you know, the, like, spaceships are pretty much run like a naval ship. I've never liked like the way naval ships like go. I don't know what it is. I don't find the Navy that interesting. I don't know why. Literally a personal thing. That one's 100% personal, and I completely concede that is just a bias that is strictly me. But never been into ships. I don't know why. Just never been into ships. How can you say that about sea shanties? I mean, I'm not a drinking song fan either. Like, I don't drink either, so maybe that's a big part of it. Like, I'm not really a drinker. Drunk people annoy me. So maybe that's part of it. Like, I'm not a big fan of, like, drunken, you know, singing and hanging out in bars and, maybe that's a reason. It's one I've never thought of, but it's kind of the best I can think of at the moment. Like, I'm definitely not a fan of, like, because I'm also not, you know, I don't. Again, being an American too, so I didn't grow up with a world of, like, I feel like those of you that are in Europe, you probably grew up with, like, you know, soccer team chants and, like, that kind of, I feel like that's a tradition that's a lot more established and well-versed in, like, European countries of, like, you know, drinking songs, you know, chants and rally songs and that kind of thing. And the US really, we don't have a lot of that as much. So it may just be a cultural thing. Ninjas use garden tools as freaking weapons. I know. They're amazing. Ninjas were farmers that were trained by monks because the monks couldn't fight, so the ninjas went out in the dead of night to cause problems, and then, ninjas were basically spies. And, you know, is cooler, in my opinion. Pirates were kind of ass. Also, pirates didn't do a lot of the cool things that we think of. Like, pirates didn't bury treasure. I don't think they found a single documented evidence of pirates actually burying treasure. Like, that's never been a thing. But it makes for good stories. I've focused the damage in the center too much here. I just hit Command F and it didn't bring up the stupid menu. Yay! Win. Happy day. Using the marquee with the pen is difficult. Back to the mouse. Yeah, you're too high. You should be there. Are there any other good pirate movies, though, besides, like, Pirates of the Caribbean? Or is the entire, like, pirate world kind of just leaning on that movie? I'm trying to think if there's any other good pirate movies that I can think of. I want you broken underneath, so it looks like you're split above it. That's what I want to do. There's like representation of pirate stories in movies, TV, and games in general. Yeah, I think it's because it's hard, right? Because it's difficult to make them not, you know, it's difficult to make them into anything that's like positive, because there's not a whole lot of like, I don't know, it's kind of like anything, right? Like it's difficult to do the same thing with like Vikings too. Like they've done it a little bit more, but like Vikings have that same problem of they were kind of set up around like, you know, just killing innocent people and taking their stuff. The Pirates movie did a good job by establishing that the pirates were against specifically the West Indies Company. So it's, you know, everybody loves it when the British are the bad guys, especially in the US. If you never notice, a lot of Hollywood movies, the British are always the bad guys because of the Revolutionary War. And, I mean, to be fair, Britain kind of, you know, fucked the whole world at one point. So, to be fair, it's kind of understandable why the British are always the bad guys, because they kind of were through a good number of centuries. There are many countries that are perfectly happy to hate the British all the time. Am I dissing your country? No, I mean, kinda? I'm dissing the past of your country. Your country was imperialist assholes. You took over, like, everywhere. There are very few places on Earth that were not, like, hurt by the British in the past. You know, I'm not dissing the country now. I'm dissing the country's history. But I do the same thing for all countries. America was horrible too. Like, it's not like I'm not cherry picking and saying, "Oh God, America was great and you guys were bad." I mean, that's like the height of hypocrisy to say something like that, you know. But the whole imperialism thing, like the British kind of were they were the modern Rome, which is, you look at kind of in the background still is. I mean, America still is shit. I agree with you. America is less bad than it used to be in terms of some things, right? Like, we did get rid of slavery, thankfully, way too late. But, there's still, not equality, and we still treat people of color like shit. We still, we're still, blah. Stupid countries. Most countries were horrible on a different scale. Yes, most countries were horrible, but Britain was on a whole different scale. Like that's an undeniable fact. Like the whole concept of the sun never sets on the British Empire because it was like they just owned everything was, I mean, they did it on a level like Rome did, right? Like it wasn't there's a lot of different places that were all very terrible in like, BC, prehistory or like early history times, but certain ones get bigger than others and cause a lot more problems. They call them chips, so we call them fries. They call it tea, and we call it fish food. Wait, what? We call tea fish food? What? The British also don't know how to spell things like color. They put U's in stuff. And I'm giving you guys... I'm also giving you... So, just so you know, like, David... I really don't have any... It's more fun to give the British crap because I can. Because you really can't fight back against it. Ronald Fields, hello, how are you doing? Welcome. Good stranger, how you doing, buddy? Remember the name of the language we speak? The name of the language we speak? English. And it's also stupid, too. You can't use English as an example of something good. English is smashed together from multiple different languages, doesn't follow any of its own rules, and is absolutely stupid. And who created that language? Well, it's pulled from German, Celtic, Latin. I mean, technically, Latin. Where do you? How far back do you want to go with the etymology of the language? English has issues, but it's not that bad. No, English is terrible. Like, what is it? An acceptable sentence in English is he had. Like you could like multiple words that mean the exact same thing, and then you get into slang, it gets even worse. The English language is dumb. It follows no logic. I before E except before C, which is weird, and weird doesn't follow that, doesn't have a C in it. Silent letters. Sure. Well, when I say English is from German, I don't mean Germany like Germany. I mean the Germans, like the tribe that existed before that, because the English language is older than Germany, the country. Because the country of Germany wasn't until 1840 or 1880? I think it was 1880 when Germany became a country. Your French, English is far easier to make sense of. Really? Lots of logic issues that goes. Well, I mean, English is basically you learn all of the rules and then you have to memorize all the exceptions to the rules. That's English, right? English is you learn the rules of English, and then the rest of your time is spent memorizing all of the stupid exceptions that don't follow the rules that you learned for the rules of English. That's like all of learning the English language. It also doesn't follow any of its own things. How many? If I tell you something is bi-monthly, how often does it happen? Oh, that's the sentence. Yeah, James, while John had a better effect on the teacher. Right? Every 2 months. But according to the way, okay, so if I say it's when you say bi-monthly, it's every 2 months. No. By the rules of the way it should be, but if I say it's weekly, it's once a week. If I say it's bi-weekly, it should be twice a week. Right? That's the thing, is it means both. It can be, like, if you say something is bi-monthly, it can either mean twice a month or every other month. Both of those are legitimately fine. And yeah, those are both fine. Just saying something's bi-monthly, yeah, nobody knows what that actually means, because it could mean both. And both of them are perfectly acceptable in the modern culture. Drives me crazy. Now we start with Aussie slang. Oh, what? Just call it everybody. Yeah, no, Aussie slang also gets really interesting too. I mean, when you get into slang in general, slang becomes a huge problem in general. Slang is super difficult to keep up with because word change. Like, I've got a 16-year-old, so apparently now the new thing for saying, like, you know, good or awesome is period. Like, I literally will tell my daughter, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna come get you at this time. She goes, period. Okay. Like, slang in general is just a nightmare to keep up with. Here, yeah, no clue. It's still don't know if based is good or bad. It depends on the time you're talking about. Yeah, it's a really interesting the way slang and language moves and evolves. Like, I will honestly say the slang from like my child, I think it changes and she's 16, right? So the slang changes, I'd say every 6 months or so. Like fax is now gone. She used to say fax all the time. That one's gone. That's now been replaced with period a lot. Yeah, it's slang is insane to keep up with, especially with slang with like social media and stuff. It moves even faster now, and it's like mixed with like meme and things. Punctuation equals good, like, right? For what you know, based is good. See, I thought based was bad. Yeah, I don't know. All languages are stupid because they're humans. Oh, I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100%. I just know English, so I can bitch about English. I don't know other languages, so I can't really bitch about other languages. In Monkeys with Gun, because the monkeys jump on each other's heads? Yes. Yes. Why does period mean okay? No clue. I think it's like if I to try and verbalize it and make it an actual thing, what I think it is, and I don't even think she's thought about this, honestly. Like, I don't think this has even crossed like their generation's mind of like why they say it. It's just what they're saying. I think what it means is like got it, right? It's kind of like a done end of sentence, like period. Cool, you know, like understood. Fat, you know, that's my thinking. I could be very wrong. You're behind the times, you're still in high school. So the other thing to keep in mind is depending where you locally are in a high school, that changes. Because we're on the West Coast, especially in the US, trends and slangs tend to start on the coastal cities and work their way in. So if you live in like the middle of America, a lot of the times the slang reaches there slightly later. Even when I was growing up, my cousins lived closer to the ocean, and stuff that they thought was cool in slang, their stuff would come to like my school and like my realm like probably a month or a couple months after them. It's weird, but it tends to like slang tends to start in like it seems to start in like coastal areas and kind of work its way in weirdly. Now that's a personal observation. I have no data to back that up. But that's something I did notice growing up a lot. Like my cousins who lived near the beach, and I lived about 45 minutes away from the beach. They tended to know all of the cool things sooner. They tended to have get all the slang and all that kind of stuff. I would hear it at like a family get together, and then like a couple months later it would be at my school. Danum, what's up, buddy? Everybody, throw some hearts in chat. Welcome, our Raiders. Dude, where have you been? How you been? I feel like I haven't seen you in forever. I hope things are going well. You took a break, right? You back now? How you doing? It's good to see you. Hooded Olive, welcome. How are you? Addicted Montage, what's going on? Welcome. Loki, hello. Doing well? That's awesome to hear, buddy. Passed out. Did take a break I thought you took a break for a little bit. Dude, I feel you on that one. Like, I've been taking a break from YouTube on that just to, you gotta keep your head clear and times suck. But I hope things are going well, man. Came back with a bang. Banging it out. Well, welcome, everybody. How are you today? We are bitching about language while we make some sprites. Because one of my favorite things to do is bitch about the English language. We're trying to break these up, so we're currently working on some block sprites for a game I have called Monkeys with Guns. It utilizes these monkeys. They use these guns. They come from these crates. They break these kinds of trains and run around on them. And we are working on the pirate level right now with just the base blocks. Totally not just chatting. I'm doing stuff. None of this was here when I got here today. To be fair, for a Sunday, we have had just as much conversation and way more work done than usual. I'm batting 1,000 right now. I'm batting 1,000. I mean, I'm just gonna call that out. Normally, I get nothing done, and we just sit and talk a bitch about language and other stuff. Do you want me to just ignore you guys and just sit here and draw and be boring? Nobody wants that. I mean, I could do that just off stream. You did laundry and taxes while this was going on? Fine. You're better than me. I gotta email my tax lady and get all my tax stuff together. Taxes. I can't do my own taxes. There's too much to it. I ignore you most of the time anyway. I mean, I'm sorry. I only want to listen when you have bits. Erlburn, you can just type "Hey idiot" and I'll look at your message. Literally type "Hey idiot" right now, and see what happens. Focus on YouTube, Rip. Before I was focused on yourself. That's good to hear, Dana. Yeah, I'm glad I hope things are going well for you. I understand that, like, that frying, burning, and all that kind of stuff. Gonna go rest? Dude, go rest. Enjoy. Thank you for the raid. I hope you have a good one. You have the list open next week. And again, next week I'll have all the sound effects built in with the with Mix It Up Bot. I need to finish setting up Mix It Up Bot, and we will be transitioning off of Streamlabs and stream avatars for like sound effects and things like that. See? You can yell at me with that. I'll listen. You're a mod. You got powers. If I'm missing something, you can make me listen. Greek to you in Latin? I don't know Greek much, and I know very little Latin. I generally have an issue with Latin overall because of all of the religious connotations. So growing up with a Catholic grandparents and dealing with all of that, Latin always puts a cringe on me now. I'm sure it's a beautiful language, but you know, I have trauma from it. So I do have an unfortunate bias against Latin in general. Sure, it's a fantastic language. Let's break you on the sides, maybe? Let's kind of break you over here. Nice thing with the broken blocks is you can kind of start scraping them up, and it's a little bit more fun to do this part. It's a little more freeform. Just breaking the wood. Honestly, does anyone actually speak Latin? Well, Latin is technically a dead language, but there are a lot of people that do still speak Latin because, especially in the religious world, reading old texts and that kind of thing. There's people that can. There's even people that still study ancient languages. I mean, cuneiform is still even read by some people. That's how we found out about the royal game of Ur. Was one of the a historian was going through and could read the cuneiform tablets, which is a super interesting writing system from, it was like 1000 BC, something like that. Earlier than that. Cuneiform's really old. Razy, how you been? I haven't seen you in forever either. How you doing? Hope things are going well. Sorry, we're gonna have free time to rest the rest of the day. Nice. Enjoy your rest. I am just kind of plugging away, making silly sprites. and chatting along, because, you know, I don't want to do normal work. I don't want to do things today. It's my Sunday. I work 7 days a week. I need some day that's a little bit relaxing. Like, I literally don't have days off. I should not put that directly under the other one. Let's watch the monkeys fight. Fight, monkeys, fight. Prove you are the strongest of all the monkeys. Fight for my love and affection. Oh, also, we need to give a shout out to Razy. I need to add Razy to the shout out list. Razy, have you been streaming much lately? I don't think I've seen you on as much. If I can spell your name right. Razy has a cool pic. Like, if you like pixel art too, check out Razy, because my pixel art sucks. You stream a lot earlier than me, but yeah, that's kind of like the early is a little rough for me. Are you East Coast or you're US based, right? You East Coast? Because that's always the killer, right? Being West Coast, it makes it so hard. Anybody that streams in like early times, like it's the same with like Lana Lux. Like I could never get to her stream because it's just so early for me. Pixel art's better than yours? Oh no, I mean it's pixel art in general. Like Razy's just more versatile than I am. I have one style. Like this is my style of pixel art, and that's how I draw, right? Like I think my style is good. Like, I'm not putting down my own skills at all, but I'm definitely not a versatile pixel artist at all, right? Like, I have a style of pixel art, same as if you go look at, like, all of my games and stuff. I have a particular style of pixel art, which I've pretty much honed at this point. You like my style? Thank you. I enjoy my style, too, but I'm definitely not well-rounded. Like, I couldn't really work or, like, match another style of pixel art super well. I have to kind of work within my own bounds of the style I've created, and that's kind of where I live. Your style is whatever happens. I mean, that's kind of how it goes, right? Like, sometimes you find a style, sometimes you don't. I found a style fairly early and have kind of stuck to it, and haven't really practiced much else. You also have so many problems with your art. Yeah, but it's super pretty. Like, I really like the work you do. You love my art? Thank you. I appreciate it. Again, I'm not trying to put down my art in any way. I have one style that I do. All of my characters look very similar, which I think is good for like if you're making like independent games and stuff. I think having a particular art style does really well. Look at like Blackthorn Prod, right? Like you can tell a Blackthorn Prod game just by the art. Like you don't even need to like know that it's their game, right? The moment you see the style, that's Blackthorn Prod's art. Salmon has a very particular art style as well that I really like. Like there are certain people it's like I know who that is like right away, but there are other people that are much more versatile, right? And they can kind of play in almost any style, and that to me is like really like that's when you become really talented, when you can jump styles, in my opinion. I feel like if you can work in a particular style, that's good. If you can work in many different styles and you have your own, that's like you know, God level. I have not reached that level for sure. Literally just did a bathhouse the other day. Never seen this. Wait, what do you mean? You're like, honestly, I think the big thing is, I think it's your foliage. I think that's the one that I remember like really loving is the foliage you do.
Vim, whilst you've been pretending to draw art, I've been continuing to remake MWG. I have level wrapping, and I'm about to start working on the guns.
Armorbird's trying to beat me to market. Hey, again, Sundays are chatting and drawing days. We're here, we're having fun, we're working on stuff, and we're communicating. Like I said, oh, Sid Girl, what's up? How have you been? Like I said, I work Monday through Friday, a normal day job, corporate, all that kind of crap. Saturday and Sunday, I stream 5 hours a day, so I have no days off. So Sundays are 100% like I work. I'm getting work done. We're doing things, but for real, I just want to hang out, have a good time. You've been here for a good while. Did I just miss your name earlier? I'm so sorry. I basically I try to make sure I say hi when I recognize somebody's name for the first time. Oh, if you were lurking, enjoy. Like, that's fine. Enjoy your lurk. I just try to say hello when I see someone's name for the first time, just to, you know, be polite. I don't know. I never assume somebody's been lurking for sure, because, you know, if you're lurking, enjoy your lurk. Lurk away. Lurking is the backbone of Twitch. I fully believe that. I lurk everywhere. I'm a terrible lurker. So please enjoy your lurks. Them lurk. Oh yeah, no, I lurk in so many streams. Like, that's, especially during the day, like when I'm at work, because I work from home, so I get to work from here. But like, I'm on conference calls. I'm, you know, like doing all this stuff. Like I'm video editing, so I usually always have a stream up. I try to at least give somebody a lurk during the day, to make sure that
Remind me to submit this MWG clone to a Saturday. Oh, also, it will have online multiplayer, just to be evil Vim Devil.
Just trying to make me look bad, aren't you? Armelburn just trying to show me up. Always. I love the zoom camera. The only problem is it's a little low, so I gotta bend down when I do it. Blue steel. My hair looks terrible today. I think we're gonna dye my hair more blue tomorrow. This was meant to be blue, but it didn't come out blue enough. So I think I'm dyeing it blue tomorrow. Blue steel. Is anybody old? I'm sure a lot of you know that movie, at least, I hope. Blue sky. Sky blue? Oh, I read that backwards. I'm not dyslexic, but I read that horrible. Does Monk's Guns have coyote time? Yes, it does. You also need to take into account for blocks being destroyed under characters to still be able to jump. Letters also can't afford Photoshop. Want to learn pixel art? Found a free alternative, GIMP. I wouldn't recommend GIMP for pixel art. I would check out, what is it, Piskel app, I believe it's called. So if you want free pixel art software, I would highly suggest, if you want to do pixel art and you're willing to spend a little bit of money, Sprite. Fantastic software. It's like 15-20 bucks. You can get LibSprite for free. I don't remember what the difference is with LibSprite. There's also Piskel app, I believe it is. Piskel app is a free one as well. This is a pretty decent pixel art software. There's plenty of pixel art software for that you can get for free or relatively cheap. I do not recommend Photoshop for pixel art. He says as he's using it. I keep dragging my start bar down. He says as he's using pixel art. I've been working in pixel art for like over 20 years now, and I use it professionally. I work on it basically every single day. So Photoshop is just the program I am the most comfortable using. I 100% would not use Photoshop for pixel art, though, unless you are very, very familiar with Photoshop. There are way better pixel editors.
TLDR. Vim is a weirdo who likes doing weird stuff like using Photoshop for pixel art.
This is true. Hey, me and Brandon James Greer, I think, are the only two people I know that are doing pixel art in Photoshop, and they're way better than me. But yeah, Photoshop is not really built well for pixel art. It's also absolute trash for animating, which is why I do my animations in Sprite. And Sprite is super reasonably priced. LibSprite, I believe you can get for free. I think you may have to compile it yourself or something like that. I don't know how you get that. I bought it for like 15 bucks on, like, when it goes on sale, it's like 12 bucks. We can all relate to the I use this thing, but I don't recommend it vibe. Well, I mean, it's kind of like this. If you know Photoshop like if you can use Photoshop like intrinsically, and you're good with Photoshop and you know how to change stuff, because Photoshop is very much built to not be pixel like hard focused. It does a lot of like, it's got a lot of built-in anti-aliasing, a lot of built-in scaling problems that pixel art doesn't play well with.
They said they're on Linux, so Libre Sprite is probably in their package repo.
Oh, there you go. Thank you. Sorry, Ermelburn is much better at focusing on than I am. I honestly don't know much about Linux, so I'd listen to Ermelburn. She knows a lot more than I do. Basically, me dumb, she smart. Ermelburn much smarter than me. Especially when it comes to Linux. Like, yeah, I've never used Linux myself. Because I professionally work as a designer, I'm an art director and all that kind of stuff. I work in graphic design and video editing. All of the software I use would just not be very well, would not be useful for running on Linux. I would have to jump through a lot of hoops to use Linux, and it's just not worth it for me. We've talked about Linux plenty of times on here. I feel like if I wasn't doing, if I wasn't an image, like if I didn't do everything that's all like image editing and stuff and video production, maybe. But yeah, for just everything I do, Windows is just a necessity. Magic of Voxel for pixel art. I mean, Magic of Voxel is really cool. I wouldn't use it for pixel art though. It's kind of difficult for that. If you want to make 3D pixels, I made this in Magic of Voxel, and then my buddy 3D printed it. So you could totally make cool stuff. Yeah, this. So these are the monkeys. I made a 3D version of the monkey in Magic of Voxel. And then David, the guy that's coding monkeys with guns, 3D printed these for me. I've got a couple of them. They're super cool. Magic of Voxel is really fun. I wouldn't say it's pixel art, though. Like, Magic of Voxel is really neat. Blue Monkey Baby is still super cute, isn't it? Isn't it? He made me. He made me like 6 of them. I gave a couple to my parents. Lady Lark has one. No, he made me 5. Yeah, I gave one each to my parents, and Lady Lark has a gold one. Magic of Voxels for voxels. Remember when I used Unreal? Yeah, I played with it. I was never planning on like transitioning to Unreal. It was fun. I'd like to get back to it someday. Like, basically, I haven't had a driver desire to make a 3D game yet, and that's kind of what it is, right? Like, I'm the type of person. I stick with the tool that works, and I fully view game engines as a tool. So, Construct does all the stuff I need it to do right now. But I would like to get into 3D. The problem is I need to learn so much to do 3D, because I don't do 3D modeling. I haven't really played with 3D stuff that much. I honestly didn't play a lot of 3D games growing up. Like, I kind of make games from a weird nostalgia of like childhood, like my childhood. That's kind of like, if you look at a lot of the games I make, a lot of them reflect like things that I played growing up and stuff. And my peak game playing time growing up was the NES and Super NES, and I started getting into board games and stuff around the 3D
we could
era.
make a game together in Unreal, or Unity, or Godot, or Construct, or Phaser, or Pixie, or...
But all that what that would end up being doing if we did a 3D game, what end up would being is you'd just be making everything and I wouldn't be doing anything. I heard Godot. Godot's a fantastic engine too. I want to check out Godot at some point. That's kind of my issue with those kind of things, is I don't know what I would actually be doing. That would be you making a game and me telling you what to do, I guess. Which just feels wrong. Using Godot right now. Godot's a fantastic engine. I've got friends that swear by Godot. I've got friends that have released games with Godot. Godot Force 3D is much better. Is it? Nice. Yeah, if you haven't seen, I think it's just Gravity. The music we're listening to right now is from this game called Gravity Ace, which was made by my friend Jotson. He's also he streams here on Twitch, as well as does a bunch of other stuff. Why is this page not loading? There it is. But the music was done by Droopy, and I mean, literally, this music is for this game right here. But this whole Steam's video player is the worst thing ever. Oh, this is just the level. So loud. Yeah, so this was all made in Godot. This game's fantastic. This is made by a buddy of mine. Yeah, all made in Godot. The music we were just listening to was made for it. Super good. Highly recommend. Really difficult game. Recognize music used a lot. I mean, I basically just use all Droopy music in all of my stuff because Droopy has given me permission. He's got a big enough catalog, and I don't have to worry about like copyright issues, especially in like videos and things. It's definitely not harassed Whitefault go. Yeah, I think Whitefault will probably be switching to Godot or something afterwards. I still think Whitefault probably should have jumped up to a bigger engine before with Captain Carrot, but I mean, yeah. Whitefault wants to do everything himself. Whitefault's hardcore. I at this point think Whitefault is better at Construct and everything than I am. Like, to be 100% honest with you. Whitefault has grown so much, and I haven't, like, I've barely worked in anything in forever. Alright, decently enough for there. Let's start breaking it for the third round. But yeah, back to the Photoshop thing too. Like, Photoshop in general is set up for, like, you have to go in and turn off a lot. You have to turn a lot of things over to, like, nearest neighbor to make things hard pixel edges and all of that, and it becomes a nightmare. So yes, pixel art, check out LibSprite. Like, A-Sprite and that just general type of thing is just, it's so much better. GIMP, GIMP was mentioned too. GIMP is more of an image editor, and it kind of has that same issue that Photoshop does, where it defaults more to anti-alias stuff and not hard edges. So you'd have to figure out some stuff with that. I've had some bad experiences with GIMP, so I don't have a great like opinion of GIMP, but I will be fair and caveat it entirely that I have only ever used GIMP in the absolute worst of circumstances. GIMP is a Windows program. I had to use it on a Mac running through Wine to run it on a Mac to get really terrible political creative ads from a client, and it was horrible. So my opinion is heavily influenced by just a really couple of bad experiences using it. Do the start of Super Bowl, you gotta go? No problem. Enjoy the Super Bowl. I hope the sports ball game goes good. Once again, somebody forgets to even mention Love 2D. Love 2D doesn't get used that much, really. There was a game I was following for a while that was being made in Love 2D called Cork, which was like a low-res 2D platformer Souls-like, which was really cool, but the developer ended up having to drop it. And that was the last project I ever remember being made in Love that I've focused on, or that I've been following. Love is interesting, though. If I remember right, Love 2D is all in Lua, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong on that one. I think it's written in, I think you write in Lua. Yeah? Lua, I feel like Lua's got kind of a interesting approach. I remember, and you can just type.
Trying to add Coyote Time has completely broken my jump function, and I have no clue why.
Coyote Time's a beach. The way I do Coyote Time is I have a variable that's a jump counter, and then I have a fall counter, and I basically have, if the player is not standing on a surface, the fall counter starts ticking up. Once it hits a certain point, it turns the jump counter off. But you basically, if you're doing Coyote Time, you can't use is on the ground as a check to allow the player to jump. So you have to set up your own count. You have to set up your own timer to do a check to be able to jump. It's finicky. So yeah, keep that in mind. I'm in Unity. I mean, yeah, but I'm saying, like, again, you can't do a check down for jump, because usually jump checks are like is on ground, can jump. And you can't do that with Coyote Time because you are not on the ground. So you have to set up a separate thing that tracks how long it's been since you've left the ground. That's at least what I did. I mean, that shouldn't be specific to any kind of like engine. That's just logic. So that should work in anything. I don't know how hard that is to put into Unity though. For to use raycasting in Unity, you have to be really finicky with that though, because you can't raycast straight down. You have to raycast out. If you do use raycasting in Unity, the way I've seen people do it is they raycast. You have to raycast out. You can't raycast straight down, because if it's straight down, you're not near the blocks. But if you raycast backwards, I believe at an angle, you can still kind of check for a block. So that's the other way to do it with raycasting. I haven't played with raycasting though, so I don't have much input on that. You do 2 raycasts? Yeah, okay. Or a sphere cast. Oh, okay. There you go. Smarter people than me. What's up, Dr. Javasaurus? I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. Oh, an 8-bit boy. How's it going? I was asking you to give your opinion on Pixelorama. Honestly, I've never used Pixelorama, so I don't know. I have no opinion because I don't know anything about it, unfortunately. I need to pee? Give me 1 sec here. Battle Royale. I'll be right back. Just give me like 30 seconds.
Found the issue. I wasn't setting the remaining Coyote Time to 0 after jumping.
Ah, that can do it. That'll do it. All right, give me 1 sec. Sorry, I'll take a proper break in a little bit, but I just have to pee. Ugh. I'll be teaching again and doing some research on port game technology. Ooh. Teaching could be fun. Teaching's an interesting challenge. I've tried to make tutorials. I've made tutorials in the past. Tutorials are a bitch. Teaching a class would actually be fun. I've thought about approaching like a local high school or something like that, and possibly doing, because I think Construct would be really cool to teach, like, you know, high school or junior high kids, and I feel like something like that could be really neat. Oh, sorry. I've been approached by a ton of like online teaching things, and I'm just like, I don't have time to do like online teaching stuff. Think I gave too much Coyote Time? You're able to like, you're able to like fall and then jump again. You just have these extracurricular things, right? I mean, not kind of sometimes. Like, the public schools are, you know, unfortunately underfunded because our leaders are trying to make all of our children absolutely stupid so that they'll vote for them in the future. So sometimes they have after school programs. Usually you have to usually if there is an after school program, it's usually like time donated and stuff because, you know, we're not, the schools aren't funded. Try teaching your nephews game dev, but they were interested. Yeah, I mean, definitely game dev something you have to be interested in. Like, if it was a class that people signed up for, then you know that the people that are there are interested. Trying to, like, just teach people things, yeah, it gets a little rough. Same, like, my daughter is completely uninterested in game design. Like, I've made 2 games with her. She's been my artist for 2 game jams, and those were fun, but she's completely uninterested in game design. It's just not something she cares about. And to be real, like, I think everyone should try to make a game in their life, be it, you know, a board game, something like that, just because it gets you to think about things from a different perspective. Like, when you think about, when you're designing games, you get into the whole UX of it and try to understand. It forces you to put yourself in other people's positions and try to understand things from another perspective, which I feel like we don't do enough of in, like, a lot of modern society. So I do think that, like, it's beneficial for everyone to try it once. But, you know, like, even if you make a simple little game. But I do think that it's beneficial for everyone to try, just to kind of, like, understand the process of what goes into it. Like, I do find it fascinating the way Mark Brown's commentary has changed, especially during the GMTK Game Jam. Like, if you look at some of the older GMTK jams before he started learning how to make games, his feedback that he would give when he would play games was a lot harsher and a little bit more, like, unrealistic. And I watched recently the last game jam that he did when he was giving feedback. So much more was, oh, I understand this. I understand, like, it's like, this would be cool, but I understand why it's not this. Like, the amount of, like, introspection he now has and just, like, understanding of the process. And full credit to him for doing that, because that's a hard thing. Like, going from, you know, a critic into someone who's actually doing it and understanding the pieces of it is, I mean, there's a lot to that, and, you know, I think that's super awesome of him to do that, because it really is going to broaden his ability to, I think, critique on a better scale. Because I already think he gave really good critiques from a, you know, journalistic and critical standpoint, but I think there were certain parts in the past, and I see this on a lot of people on YouTube that give critiques that don't make games, that don't have like a game making background. They tend to expect or want things or say things. It's kind of like, if you really understood how games were made, you understand why what you're asking or what you're saying there is a little ridiculous. But that's just a product of not knowing, right? Like, I do the same thing in certain areas. Like, there are certain realms where I'm sure I don't know much and be like, oh, a web design. I do that all the time, right, at work. I talk to our web designer. I'm like, oh, yeah, this would be cool and this would be cool. And he's like, hey. And I'm like, how hard is that? This is okay, but that's really... Oh, okay, right? So it's just... the less you know about something, the less understanding you have of how difficult things are. Right? And that's just a product of, that's just a product of understanding a perspective, right? Nobody's ever going to have every perspective. The thing that gets worry is you get into that, what is it, what's the point called, right? Where it's like, the people that know the least tend to think they know the most, and the more you learn, the more you know you don't know.
Play the video of MWG.
Yes, ma'am. That's not it. There you go. Yeah, I remember stealing my game. Dunning-Kruger. American. You know, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Oh, you're not wrong. Yes, Dunning-Kruger is the one it was what I was thinking of, but you're not wrong with American. What's up, Gripner? How you doing? Mark Brown has the best Unity beginner tutorial ever. Oh, really? I haven't watched his... I honestly haven't watched any of his Game Time Journey stuff. I need to. Love the monkeys. Thank you. Yeah, so this is what we're working on. This is what we're trying to update and make into a more, finalized product. There is a demo available that from like years ago. There's a beta that I made a long ass time ago that you can go play. The game is being completely redone. But yeah. Started working on a simple collectathon game. I want to make something in 3D. Got addicted to adding new stuff to it. Ooh, nice. What are you doing for... So collectathon games are really interesting to keep engaging, right? Have you found any interesting like design tricks that you've had to implement to keep the game engaging? Because I do find that sometimes people make collecting games and they tend to just be... It's just like... Okay, I've got more of them. Like, have you found you need to have something like have the things you collect do something, or because I've thought about making a collecting type game, like a collectathon type game, and I haven't found a good like hook. Like I haven't been able to come up with a good hook for it. You don't even have a level. Okay, so you're still at the just collecting things phase. Gotcha. If you want to see a cool collection game, have you followed Anderson Kev? Dr. Javasaurus? Kev's got a really cool game coming out called Paperclay. That's got a really cool like collection kind of feel to it. It's got that 3D collectathon vibe that's really fun. And he's added in a bunch of like world elements that go along with it, which is really neat. You did okay, yeah. Yeah, I definitely check out Kev's stuff, because Kev's stuff is amazing. I haven't seen Kev stream in a while either. Damage platform's coming out. Nice, thank you. Yeah, we're working on the 3rd round now. I'm getting distracted, talking, all that kind of stuff. Made the main character a mushroom. Nice. Will there be badgers? And if you get into the grass, do you have to worry about the snake? Badger. Sorry. There have to be badgers. Mushroom. Gonna be on mobile, so you won't be able to moderate. Oh, no worries, Thermalburn. You're all good. We're fairly chill today. So yeah, you do what you gotta do. No worries. I love old internet memes. So the interesting thing with breaking these, the one thing we gotta keep in mind is we gotta keep the tops relatively the same, because we're not changing the hitboxes when they're breaking. So that's the one thing I've always got to worry about, is I can't mess with the tops of them too much, because I don't want them to be all, jacked up. But let's go ahead and we're gonna straight up get rid of some of this. Make some broken boards down here. Kind of break this in some more. Kind of jack this all up. Good and plenty. I hit the wrong hotkey and the music stopped. I got worried for a second. It was just changing songs. Very cool. Mushroom can jump, grab his hat and glide. Love it. Love it. Oh, you can swim too? Please tell me the swim, he takes the hat off and sits on it and then, like, rows. That would be adorable. It would be a huge amount of work, but that would be adorable. Mango works? What's going on, buddy? What are these? What are those? Oh, God, that's really old internet. These are blocks for monkeys with guns. This is for the pirate ship level. How you doing, buddy? Hope things are going well. I feel like I should do the thing that a lot of other people do, which is just put a video playing constantly on the screen. Took a note and I'll do that. Oh, Dr. Jump Source, that would be so much work. I was just playing around. Because it was swimming purely. Thought you were changing it to monkeys with magic. I don't like it. The problem is the game is built and designed all around monkeys with guns and just is what it is. And I've given up, and I'm just gonna make the game. I need to get it off my plate, out of my mind, and into my car, you know. Get out of my mind, into my car. God, I'm old. Most of you probably don't know that song. Rayman style is great. Yeah. Basically, your character is Rayman style. No arms or legs. So just hands? So flipping upside down, removing the feet and done. Oh, nice. Gotta go fast vibes. Nice. These change guns not being one. I mean, really, ultimately, it's not like. I think the big thing is I'm just gonna focus on the fact that I'm not. Like, they're the most generic guns, right? Like, they're not, like, it's not like I've got, like, you know, the P920 or whatever the fuck gun names are. I don't like guns. I don't know guns. So they're the most generic versions of guns that are out there. It's like pistol, sniper, machine gun, shotgun, grenade launcher. So it's not like it's full on, you know, like, yeah, it's just... I'm just accepting it, because what I was hoping for was that, you know, maybe the gun violence and stuff would, you know, tone down in the US or maybe a thing like that, but apparently they're just trying to make more as much as possible, and at this point, like... My little protest isn't gonna do anything, so... Yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. It just is what it is. I get asked about this game so much, I really just want to... I love the game. See, and I think the other part that really messes with it for me is I love the game, right? Like, I love this game. The way it's designed and everything, I think is really good. I love all the pieces of it. It's the game that I want. As it is. So that's always been my problem. I think that's why I was never able to properly change it or reskin it or anything like that, because it just didn't fit. At that point, I'm just like, I should just be making another game. So, go with Crash Bandicoot, make the guns shoot fruit. We'll see how it goes. Honestly, like, I honestly feel like I was the only person that had an issue with it, too. Like, to be 100% honest, I think I was the only person that had an issue with it. Like, a lot of people told me they understood the way I was feeling about it, but I still feel like I really was the only person that cared. And no one else did. So, you know, and I'm one of those people, I don't believe that video games cause violence. I just didn't want to, like, add to the gun culture kind of a thing. So, like, I definitely, like, one thing I will be doing is, like, you know, most of the art and stuff is not going to be glorifying the gun part. I don't know what I'm going to do, honestly. I feel like at a certain point, it's just kind of like, you know, I'm really only hurting myself with it by not doing anything, because it's a really fun game. People really like it. And I could be using it to, you know, help get money for my family and feed us and all of that kind of thing. So, yeah, at a certain point, I just kind of said, screw it. I just need to make it. And here's the other thing. I like the game a lot. I really, really like this game. It makes me happy, and just kind of letting it sit there for years has kind of sucked. So, at a certain point, you just kind of... I guess at a certain point, you just give up. I kind of feel like that's where I'm at with it. I just don't have much else to go on, or, you know, I don't know. Again, I don't think anyone else actually cared. Like, most people agree, like, most people understood what I said. Like, most people understood why I was having an issue, but I don't think anyone really cared. Guns are one of the easiest kind of weapons to program. Yeah, I mean, and this is the thing, is like, guns are everywhere. It's not going to stop it, right? Like, it's not going to do anything. So a question for long times. Please be offended. Why most games have to have guns? Yeah, I mean, the real reason that most games have guns is it's one of the easiest things to program. Like, it's very easy to program a projectile in a video game. More so than a melee attack or anything else. A projectile is one of the easiest things to program. That's why so many games have guns. Finger guns? Again, it just changes the whole game at that point then. It changes the whole concept with the crates coming down to collect better guns and whatnot. Again, the game is like this game is finely tuned. Like I've designed the out of this game. Like, and any changes to it at this point are just kind of feel like it's being done and making the game worse. And if I'm gonna make the game worse, I might as well just make a different game. And that's kind of the mentality that I've had with it. So it's like, what do you do in that state? But yeah, the main reason why you see so many guns is because it's the easiest thing to program into a game. Guns are significantly easier to do than melee attacks and anything else. Yeah, that's pretty much why. Yeah, no offended by that. Honestly, like if you notice, I don't put guns in most of my games now. I try to avoid them. But with this one, it's already designed, right? Most guns with the guns are made of cheese. That one just seems weird to be weird, and I don't think it would really fit as much. Again, I have a very particular like feel and design style, and like if it's not up to scruff, I don't want to do it. And unfortunately, I've designed the hell out of this game to the point where it's like I feel like the game design is like right where I want it to be, and it's designed around what it is. I mean, the original, like, to be real, the original freaking title of the game, before it was monkeys, before there were monkeys in it, like, the original build was called Shoot Your Friends. Like, the game was made entirely with tongue firmly planted in cheek. Like, it was meant, like, the whole thing was meant to be kind of like a, you know, joke. So, and I'm a fan, like, I grew up with cartoon violence, so there's no blood in it, there's none of that kind of thing, so, you know, if people want to get upset about it, I guess, let them. I don't know. Anyone doing the Brackies Jam? I am currently not. We've talked about it a bit. Are you doing it? Started already? Nice. I wasn't a fan of the, it started yesterday, I believe. I wasn't a fan of the theme. We looked at it when I started. I didn't like the theme. The theme felt very much just like another version of plenty of other themes I've seen. What was the theme? The end is a new beginning. And I feel like I've seen a variation of this theme a million times over. I'm not a big fan of this theme, to be honest with you. There's like nothing that is super cliche. The hard part about Game Jam theming is most of the good ones at this point have become cliches because they're good and they've just been used a lot. Like, if you don't do a lot of game jams, that's a good theme. It's a fun theme. Same with, like, there's only one, right? If you don't do a lot of game jams, those themes are awesome. But when you do a lot of game jams like I have and a lot of people in our community do, you tend to see the same concepts over and over again and they get dull. So I wouldn't say that the theme is bad. It just doesn't excite me or interest me because of the fact that I've seen it time and time again. But again, if you don't do a lot of game jams, it's a good theme. Like, I don't think the theme is bad, like, objectively. It's bad in context, right? For me. You really like the Game Extra Kid Out of Control jam? Except for the fact that that jam made so many games that were just a pain in the ass to control. I spent a week playing games after that, and I watched Mark Brown go through the same thing. By the end, you're just irritated because all of the controls are stupid and annoying. Like, if you made one game, yeah, it was cool. And this is coming from someone who won that jam. Like, I was one of the 20 winners for that jam. So, like, I agree the theme was cool. Like, I was one of the winners of that specific jam with that theme. But playing those games was infuriating. Roll of the Dice was bad in your opinion? I enjoyed Roll of the Dice, personally. But again, game jam themes are entirely subjective too, right? Like, I understand why you would not like that. Totally understandable. Resby tells us your hobby is game jams. How many did you do? I did something like 40 game jams in 3 years. And that's why I'm fried on game jams right now. Yeah. Why is it not in my resume? Because my day job has nothing to do with game development. Like, I literally don't work in the games industry. I never have. I've never worked in games other than, like, technically for 2 years I was a content creator that made games, but still my income came from content creation, not from the games. The games was just the content that I was making, right? So I've never actually worked as like in the games industry itself. I'm a I work in advertising and marketing. Like, I'm one of those horrible people that do that for a living. I'm one of those bad people. I have to do the soulless corporate stuff, which is why when I do, like, games and stuff, I try to do different things that aren't just, that. It's also why I don't market myself the way I probably should, is because there's a lot of things I know I should be doing to market myself better, but I don't want to, because it's the kind of crap that I do at work all day, and, like, I know the things I should be doing, but I don't want to do it. And for my own personal stuff, I don't have, like, a team to help me with that stuff. I really need a social media person to just post to social media for me, because literally I can't be bothered. My brain does not even think about social media at all. Like, that concept of, like, oh, I should share this doesn't cross my mind in the slightest. Just relaxing under tension is your new motto. That's not a bad one. To me, I like talking. So streaming to me is so much easier than anything else. You let me just have a platform to sit and talk for hours on end and have conversations with people from around the world and learn new things, hear new perspectives. I love streaming. Streaming is like my favorite thing to do. I'm sad that I only get to do it 2 days a week now, because I would for sure, if streaming was more profitable than YouTube, I would for sure just be like, screw YouTube. I need to get back into YouTube because streaming is nowhere near as profitable as YouTube. And the reach is significantly smaller streaming. It's an application to work in game companies. It's a junior game dev. Company made Scorn. Ooh, nice. Good luck. I hope it goes. I hope you get something. Yeah, I've never tried to work in a game company. Like, it's not even. It's honestly, I don't even think I want to. Need to get into YouTube soon. YouTube, like, if you want to grow, you can't grow on Twitch. You can't. Like, you don't grow on Twitch. Twitch is not a platform that you grow on. Twitch is a platform for building for cementing your core audience. Like, Twitch will give you your core audience. A Twitch audience member is generally more valuable than a YouTube audience member, but Twitch people, like, because it's live and all of that, people cycle in and out. So you need to have a constant influx of people coming in to kind of replenish that, and YouTube is how you find those people. Love your streams. Remember when we first saw the first YouTube video? Well, again, I appreciate people watching the YouTube videos. I used to like YouTube a lot more because I used to think that I was better recorded than I was live. But yeah, no, I'm much more... Streaming is so much more fun and so much more enjoyable. It's a lot looser. It's a lot more freeing. Yeah. What are the game sprites for? The game sprites are for a game called Monkeys with Guns. Here, while I'm considering I'm barely doing anything. Oh. Clicking on OBS instead of on the actual game. It is a multiplayer arcade. Local multiplayer arcade game where everyone plays as a monkey. The terrain is destructible. There is full screen wrapping, top, bottom, left, and right. There are 30-second rounds. You shoot the crates falling from the sky, deliver better guns. It is 30-second rounds. When the 30 seconds is up, when the 30 seconds is up, spikes come in from the left or right or top and bottom to force an end to the round. And the goal is to be the last monkey standing. It's I've been working on this game for a really long time. It sat on a shelf for a good amount of time, but I've taken this to many conventions. I've demoed this all over the place. I've designed the hell out of this game. It's a fun game, but it's been sitting on a shelf for a while, and I'm finally bringing it back. And each level looks nice. Thank you. Yeah, each level is going to have its own. Each level is going to have its own type of blocks. In the demo that's available, there's only the one type of block. So we're working on the blocks, the different gimmicks for each level. So each level will have its own gimmicks. Something like weird but cool. Yeah, it's weirdly fun. It's a super short kind of like quick thing. It was really designed to be my showpiece. So going and presenting at conventions, I'm lucky enough to live in an area with a pretty active indie game dev scene. And before the pandemic, I was going to conventions, showing it at, demo playtest nights, all of these things. So I was doing a lot of really cool stuff with the community. Then the pandemic hit and it kind of shot everything and broke everything. But yeah, now that things are kind of opening back up, I'm like, okay, I'm going to start wanting to go to conventions again and start taking things around. And yeah, I need to get this game back up and running and just get it, sold on Steam and all of that. Minus 10 Celsius, how you doing, buddy? Welcome. Welcome. I hope you're doing well today. Yeah, so we're just kind of screwing around, making things, talking, chatting, all that fun stuff. Also, Sundays are kind of the relaxing streams again. I work 7 days a week. So when it comes to like the Sunday streams, I'm usually fried from the week because I've, again, been working all week and doing all of the life stuff. So Sundays tend to be a little bit more working on things lightly and chit-chatting and talking all day. Duplidor, what's up, buddy? How's it going? Have I attempted not prawn? I don't even know what not prawn is. What is that? I've never heard of it. That is new to me. Is that a thing? Is that a thing I should know? Not prawn. Is it a game? Online puzzle game. Internet riddle. Oh, interesting. I have never seen that. No. I am really bad at those kinds of things. I love the concept that goes behind like ARG type games, like you think of like what Binding of Isaac did with a lot of their stuff as well, but I am shite at them. Like, real bad. Is this video in Construct Unity? The beta for the game that you can download for Monkeys with Guns is made in Construct. The new version that will be the final release and stuff is being made in Unity. I'm not programming the one in Unity though. I'm working with a friend on it. So you make a similar concept for your game, but Scribble not so. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I love the concept that comes from like puzzle games and all of that. I'm bad at puzzle games. Like I really am. I've got a buddy who's like deep in the puzzle game world, and there's some amazing things being done out there. I'm just like too stupid to do a lot of it. Especially when you get into like the deeper puzzles and stuff, like those. There's some puzzle games out there that are like really crazy and super cool. But yeah, I am. They basically make me realize how dumb I am. Was Construct too limiting? No, not so much that. So I started working with a buddy because I was just running into a bunch of programming challenges just because I'm not a programmer and there's a lot of skills I don't have, you know? I just understand that. And I don't really want to spend the time to learn to be the best, to be a great programmer, because I don't find programming that fun. You know, it's a means to an end for me. I prefer designing and like the actual like UX design, how the game functions, you know, how the interactions go, all of that kind of thing. So I started working with a friend, and my friend works in Unity. So he's like, we can remake it in Unity. Also, the other advantage to making it in Unity, porting is going to be a lot easier, right? So if we did port it, like he's got connections with like Microsoft, Sony. He used to work for Sony. You know, if we could get it on like the Switch or any of those, I feel like having a base in Unity is going to be a lot more versatile for us to release a wide release, as opposed to, you know, just putting it on Steam and then having to like figure out how to port it after that. Complete opposite. You suck at designing anything, and it's like the back end more. Yeah, and again, everybody has the realms that they like. Oh, Bees, dude, what's up, buddy? Totally didn't realize. How you doing, buddy? I haven't seen you on it forever. How are things going? You still making stuff in Construct? But yeah, the reason it's more, Construct would be a little bit limiting, but really the biggest reason was because I decided to team up with somebody, and they already, like, they're a Unity, they've been using Unity forever. So David knows Unity, like, it's ridiculous. I mean, he's making VR stuff in his, he's making stuff for VR, like, for his day job and things. So, well, I say day job, he does consulting and like XR training and things. So he builds stuff like crazy things. So, you know, why try to not let him use the tool that is best for him, especially since he's handling all of the programming now. He's letting me just be the, you know, the design person and the marketing person. So, yeah, there's that. I also do think Construct is limiting. Like, I make no qualms about the fact that Construct is limiting, especially when you want to do full releases. The reason I mainly use Construct is because most of the things I do are for game jams, and I'm trying to basically be like, you know, a modern Flash developer, right? I'm making games and putting them on the web. For me, most of the time, like most projects that I work on, having a web playable build is more important than anything else, and Construct is really good at that. VR development is surprisingly simple nowadays. Yeah, I'm sure. Well, he's doing crazy stuff. We showed it earlier, but if you haven't seen, did I? Oh, I took away his page, didn't I? Here you go. Also, if you like Unity, he's got tutorials and stuff for Unity. If you're a Unity user, David's stuff is super helpful. But where's, like, he's doing crap like this. For VR. that is then inside, and you're playing like a turret game. Does he have any shots of the actual in-game on this one? I don't think so. Oh, here's his vertical slice. This is what it looks like from the headset. Like when you're in the thing, this is what it's gonna feel like inside, and then yeah. So you're holding on to the big arms. It's all motion, like the whole thing moves with you, and yeah. Oh, this doesn't actually show the shooting in it in the vertical slice. But yeah, I mean, that's the kind of stuff he's making normally. So my little monkey game, you know, it's like, yeah, he could just pick that up and just throw it together. I think he built what took me like a year to make in like a week in terms of functionality. What if it's a good story for the new input system? I don't know if he's touched the new input system. I think, has he? I don't know. Another person to check out is Jason Wyman. If Warped Imagination doesn't have it, another person to check out is Jason Wyman. Is it H? Jason does a ton of Unity tutorials as well, and Jason's another good place to check out. I believe he's got stuff for the input system when that came out. I believe he did a bunch of stuff for the input system because he does a lot more like beginner, like, you know, intro level stuff. Thanks, Lisa. Yeah, no problem. Check him out. I'm happy to share the knowledge that I have. Like, again, I don't use Unity, but I know a lot of, like, I have a lot of friends and I know a lot of people that do. So I'm happy to share them out and, you know, go check them out, give them some love, and hopefully their stuff can help. It's all about building the community up, right? We're not here to hoard knowledge. That doesn't help anything if people hoard knowledge. And again, I try to make sure, I try to be very open about, like, there's a lot of things I don't know, but, you know, there's definitely other people that do, and you should check them out. I don't like that. How are you in comparison? We need to break open this middle section a little bit more. Let's connect that up. Let's make that a little bit more jaggy, so it looks like splintered wood a little bit more. Make the crack bigger, because if it's being damaged, the crack would start to grow. I find when I'm doing damage, I kind of want to build off of the previous one and kind of like just enhance the cracks and like the damage that I've already created, so it feels a little bit more natural, like it's breaking appropriately. It doesn't matter too much because of the way that these break isn't super like they basically flash when they break, so it's not super like 1-to-1, but you know, just so it's clear. I need to pull in more over here too. Just get rid of that. The breaking blocks is kind of fun because it's a little bit more freeform. You just get to kind of fidget around and be like, yeah, let's erase this, let's break this. Making the broken blocks is a bit more fun. That's not too bad. All right, let's just get rid of this chunk down here. Working on 9-level top-down game in Construct for the moment. I plan to move Blueprints after. Ooh, nice. Also seeing the limits of Construct. Yeah, Construct definitely has its limits, right? Like, I try to talk about engines as tools, right? And you need to use the right tool for the right thing. So depending on what your output is, the engine is going to change for that. If you want to start making things that are more, you know, kind of universally played for like Steam and, you know, want to be able to port it around, something like Blueprints or Unity is probably the realm to go, just because they're just a lot more integrated into those spaces. The Construct is great if you want web playable games, right? For game jams and stuff like that, which is a huge focus for me always, or has been. That's why Construct has been huge for me. But yeah, Blueprints is super cool. I've used it before, and it's enjoyable. I love how people really feel like game dev on Twitch are always share their knowledge. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, and I fall into kind of a weird category when it comes to like game dev and like the social space, because most of the stuff, especially on YouTube, like I'm part of a bunch of, you know, YouTuber Discords and things like that for game devs on YouTube, but they're all programmers. Most of the devs on YouTube are programmers and not designers, and they're heavily focused on like the coding aspect of stuff. And for me, I'm just like, you guys are speaking a different language. I got nothing to add. I have no way to input with you. Lurpy Twitch, what's up? Is there a specific reason I use Photoshop other than Sprite? I do use Sprite as well. I use Sprite for animating. Yeah, I gotta like open here. Like I use Sprite for animating. The reason I use Photoshop is strictly because I've been using Photoshop for 20 years. It's just, it's a program that I've been using for a really long time, and we were talking about it earlier. I don't recommend people use Photoshop for pixel art. I just use it because it's ingrained, pretty much. So I usually, I do my drawing in Photoshop, and then I take the pieces into Sprite if I need to animate, usually. But yeah, and Photoshop is terrible for animating, especially frame-by-frame animations. It's strictly just familiarity and comfortability with the program. I would say if you've not used Photoshop for like multiple decades, it's definitely not worth using for pixel art. But again, because I've just been using it for so long, I'm just more comfortable with it. Yeah, Photoshop is terrible for pixel art, honestly. You have to really know Photoshop pretty well and make a bunch of changes to the way Photoshop is built by the way Photoshop works by default. You got to turn off a lot of like anti-aliasing stuff. You got to turn off a lot of like the way it scales. So it's really finicky to do Photoshop with pixel art. But again, I've just been, you know, using it for so long that I'm more comfortable in it. That's pretty much all it comes down to. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it though. I really wouldn't recommend it. I need you chunked out a little bit more. Also, if you're just wanting to do pixel art, Photoshop is way too expensive. But because of my my day job, I'm working as a graphic designer, video editor, art director, all that kind of thing. I live in the Adobe pipeline already. So, you know, between Audition, Premiere, After Effects occasionally, InDesign, Illustrator, Photoshop, I basically live in Adobe program. I live in Adobe and Google programs for the most part. So yeah, it's just a familiarity thing. All right. That should be fine. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. Let's pull over the debris for when the thing breaks. And just kind of, honestly, this one I can leave the way it is. I just got to take off some of the detail out of this. Yeah, I'm just faster in this program. Good enough for government work. Alright, now we gotta make a cannon. Cannon and a cannonball. Ryza, you're not following the channel? Exposed. Exposed. No, I think that feature's just broken right now. Don't worry about it. Human artist here to this day, blessed with the hobbies of art before learning pixel art program. Yes, that's the other thing too, right? Like, depending on the types of like art, like my degree's in photography. So you almost unfollowed a replay. Yeah, I think it's just broken. Don't worry about it. It's just the bot's broken. Don't worry about it. Yeah, especially like my degree's in photography. I worked as a photographer and digital retoucher for years in Photoshop before I even got into graphic design. Because I worked as a retoucher and all of that, I got into graphic design and got a job like working in the tech world. Like I work for a mobile solutions company, so the company makes like apps and we do advertising and all that kind of stuff. So I've just kind of like moved my way in there, and then I got into pixel art. I got into pixel art in one of the weirdest way possibles, I think. I retextured all of Minecraft for literally no reason. Like I was doing a ton of Minecraft back in the day. I started doing YouTube to learn video editing, making Minecraft Let's Plays way back in the day. And then I was on a server and we were screwing around, and it was called the Asylum server. So they were making an asylum and putting leather armor into like item frames for everybody. So I was like, oh, I can make a straitjacket and just replace the texture for the leather armor. So I did that, and that was really cool. And then I redid the what did I redo? I redid the crafting table, which I really liked. And that just kind of led into, oh, I'll start a little project where I'll retexture all of Minecraft. So, there's a craft. So I started a whole project where once a day I would release a texture for Minecraft until it was done. See, this was the crafting table that I really liked. I loved that skin. So I started releasing a texture a day. Yes. Starting with the crafting table.
Sorry I was gone for so long. Was sorting something out.
Oh,
Here's
you're good.
$1 to make up for it.
Auburn, stop giving me $1. You're allowed to just do things. Live your life. Come on. You're fine. Thank you. But seriously. Chill. Yeah, so I started retexturing Minecraft, basically upping the resolution to 32 by 32. It took me 418 consecutive days of releasing things until it was done. I had some people that worked at Minecraft following the project for a time, and then I promptly finished the pack, released it, and then like a week.
Am I allowed to do things with my life too?
Lopar, how dare you life? Stop lifing. Thank you for the $1. Thank you for the biddies. Stop lifing. Actually, no, keep lifing. That sounds wrong. Life all you want. But I released the texture. Minecraft updated like a week later, and that was the update that brought out like all of the terracotta and stuff, and added like 60 textures. And I was like, so I updated for that, and then I kind of fell off after that, threatening people's lives. Profits, what's up, buddy? Welcome. How are you today? I hope you're doing well. Greetings. But yeah, so that's actually how I learned how to do pixel art, and that's what got me into game dev, because I did a bunch of like, I wasn't really doing game dev, I wasn't really modding anything, but I learned how like the textures played with the game and kind of stuff. Like I had to get in and edit like I had to edit like frame rate stuff, and so I got a little experience. And then a couple of years after I did that, I was like, I want to see my art on screen again, because it was really cool to be able to play a game and have everything you see be something I made. But I didn't want to be locked into or beholden to a particular game or a particular, anything. So that's when I started looking into figuring out how to make my games myself. And that's kind of what put me down that whole process. If could try to threaten me, it ain't going to work. Yeah, I mean, I'm worried Ermelburn will just try to ban me after that. Oh, I need to download Unity on this computer again so I can look at the levels that we have made. I don't remember what size I need to make this. We'll make it a size. We'll scale if we need to. All right. Okay. Actually, what's more interesting? We can start making like a cannon and a cannonball, or we can play with animating, because I am currently in the middle of animating this friggin' portal. And this type of animation's really interesting. Would we rather animate or draw? Animate? Alright, looks like we got more people like animating. That's a big download. Oh, what, for the texture pack? I mean, the texture pack is something like, it's like, I think at the time I finished the texture pack, it was like 1,400 individual files. Animating? Alright, we'll do animating. Oh, Unity. Oh, you meant Unity. Yeah, I'm not going to do that right now. I'll download it later. But, yeah, so I've been playing with a bunch of different ways of animating this portal. Let's see. The original ones, I think were... Do I still have the original ones? So this was the original kind of concept I had for the portal. Was going to be something like this. I wasn't liking it as much, so I thought maybe I'd try a spiral. So then I started doing, testing animation spirals. And oh my god, it's like, animating spirals is difficult. Oh yeah, the texture pack file was ridiculous. That one was crazy. Because when I was doing, I don't know, I think it's still the same way, but that's when they split it from being all on the same sheet. Animating's fun. I agree. I like doing a lot of animating. This thing was really fun to animate. This conveyor belt. So this is tileable. Actually, this whole conveyor belt is tileable. You can take this middle chunk and just extend it, and it animates seamlessly. But to make this thing work, I had to do like full animating it at one frame, then cut it in half, then cut it in half again to get it down to a fourth. But yeah, and animating can be a lot of fun. Like I do a lot of like, you know, I really enjoy like this animation was a lot of fun to make. This was for something else, but animating's fun. I do enjoy animating. I wonder if Dolly could animate sprites for you. I mean, I doubt it. I'm personally not touching any of the AI art generators. Kind of on moral grounds. I do not like the fact that they are all trained on basically illegally obtained artwork. And I don't like them, so I'm not going to use it. I avoid those. I do need to start messing with like ChatGPT and stuff a little bit more though. I like my buddy David. He uses it as like a personal assistant to like help remember things or stuff like that, which I think is a really good use case for it. I just haven't started playing with it. But yeah, I'm avoiding all of the AI art generators because I really feel like they're. I don't approve. I don't approve. Level layouts are manual. There's another area of your version will be better. What, you're gonna procedurally generate the levels? See, I go for bespoke levels specifically because I lay them out in a way that I think is more fun. I don't know if procedurally generating them would actually be better or not, honestly. It'd be an interesting test to make. You neutral about it? Yeah, I got you. I feel you. Like, I'm not here to shame anybody about it. I don't like the way that they work, and I feel like if they get too, you know, I'm not a fan. Also, most of the time, what I've seen people making them, they still have to edit a bunch anyway, so, you know. I don't know. I'm not really worried that AI is going to take my job or anything like that. It took my job. It's actually what it's doing is it's taking away a little bit of the copywriting stuff I have to do, which is really nice because I hate copywriting. Writing copy, I should say. I guess when you say copywriting, it sounds a little weird. I do need to take a break and pee. AI's tool isn't supposed to be used to generate full deal for you. Yeah, but it is. But people are using it to do stuff like that. Also, here's the problem: people are using it to generate artwork from artists that are not approving of their artwork being used, and now we're running into issues where the artists that those artworks that the AIs were trained off of are now being accused of using AI art. Like, there's a couple of artists that, it was obvious that the AI generation was trained off of their style of art, and now they're being accused and hassled for trying to sell AI-generated art. So we are seeing a bit of backlash to actual artists and having them be treated in bad ways and being called horrible things because someone else stole their work and people didn't know that. So that's really crappy in that case, and it's happening already, which kind of sucks. There are people who don't allow people to train off. I mean, honestly, I'll be 100% honest. I don't think none of the AI arts have permission to train what they trained. None of them. Hell, half of them are generating Google watermarks as part of their generation because they think that's part of the image. On the other hand, where did they learn and get inspiration from? I mean, yeah, but they still drew the stuff with their own hand. The AI art itself learned from those artists and is producing artwork like them, and now people are basically devaluing their work. So we're taking someone that learned how to paint something amazing, paint in a particular style, developed a style, the artwork is now generated off of them, and then people are blaming them. Tree Squirrel, what's up, buddy? Thank you for the tier 2. Everybody put some hearts in chat, show some love. Thank you for the, tier 2 for 28 months, you mad lad. How you doing, buddy? What's up, Arslan? How's it going? Who from where? I don't remember the artist's name. Hang on. I can probably find it. Artist accused of using AI. Like this one in particular, this person was banned from a subreddit for their art looking too much like AI-generated arts. There's a bunch of stories going around about it right now of people that are basically being banned or having their stuff taken down because people are claiming that their work is AI. When really what actually happened is the AI is trained off of their artwork. It's and what that does now is it means that those artists who make a living doing their artwork are now being devalued. Their work is now going to sell for less because an AI can do it, but the AI was generated off of their work. So basically someone stole their work and made a way to produce it easier, and now that artist loses. The AI versus human battle has begun. Yeah, it kind of has. It's going to be an interesting process moving forward. The problem is the AI isn't being held to, and the people making the AI aren't being held to actual copyright law. Like, that's the problem, right? As an artist, you're supposed to get copyright of your work. So if someone can then take your work, run it through an algorithm, train it, and then reproduce your style of work without actually having to do anything, that's just stealing other people's work. And you can straight up see in a lot of the AI generations, it's taking chunks out of other people's work and just stitching it together. So it's not actually drawing. It sounds like a lawsuit waiting to happen. Oh no, they're already running. The lawsuits are already running. Like, there's many of them already running. People are taking screenshots of their art, circling parts of edited. Yeah, like, people are legitimately finding like this is an I drew that it put into another piece. So it's an issue. Like, it's again, I don't think there's an easy solution to it, but the problem is it's affecting people already. Especially most of the coincidences AI generate works for popping right up after the NFT boom. Yep, there you go. I mean, luckily, God, NFTs are also another piece of garbage. AI got real crazy real fast. That's what happens. I mean, you just start getting leaps and jumps. And, I'm not one of those people it's like, oh, we need to stop it. We can't stop it. We need to figure out how to integrate, right? We need to figure out how this stuff all works. But we need to figure out there are no laws that are protecting artists from this right now, and that's going to be a problem, right? So we got to figure out how that kind of stuff actually works, and how you protect, how like people that are creating things and then having their stuff stolen or compensated for being stolen, right? Like, I just truly believe that these things should not be able, they should not be able to be trained on art without permission. Like, the one guy that made one of them, was it the Dolly guy? Like straight up openly said he just went to Getty Images and just scraped Getty without paying. Like, he didn't even pay for a Getty license, so it scraped it, watermarks and all. And, like, that's illegal. Like, that shouldn't be allowed. Didn't I say I need to go to the bathroom? I did. I forgot. You got me all heated. Now we're bitching about AI. So are complex, so some things have a certain way to draw. For example, Cheap and Flappy Bird. I mean, when you get down into certain levels, but again, there's particular styles, and the AI is not drawing. The AI is taking reference from other things and doing it exactly. Like, it doesn't draw, it doesn't learn in that way. So, and again, when people can straight up find pieces of their images in AI artwork, which is happening frequently, that's where it becomes a problem. Because it's not, the AI isn't drawing, the AI is just, it's image editing, it's piecemealing. Right? And it's piecemealing and blending is what it's doing, which, you know, what's the legality of that right now? We don't know. It could learn if we tell it, though, which oh, I mean, well, the thing is, yes, it learns kind of. I mean, it's the same issue with like all of even like the chat API, the chat AIs and stuff. You can't let those things run loose on the internet. If you give them full use of the internet, they all become conspiracy-ridden racists because there's so much of that like garbage content on the internet. Like multiple times they've let AIs. What was it? One of them let like an Alexa talk to a Google Home. Someone started like an Alexa talking to a Google Home, and they just immediately went conspiracy theorist and racist. It's awful. Tree Scroll, thank you for the gift sub to Razy. Everybody throw some hearts in chat. Show some love. So, Seismic Quake, how you doing, buddy? Enjoy your emotes. I think in future someone eventually will do art AI. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure eventually something like that will happen. We'll see what happens. Also, just like human behavior tracing learning, but a ton faster. Yeah, and the big problem is the internet is full of, you know, that's one of the bastions for, you know, shitty people like that. So those people have to produce a lot of content to keep their people stupid and there. And I you know, unabashedly say those people are stupid and horrible people. If you're one of them, you can leave. Really don't give a shit. But if you're a conspiracy theorist, racist person, fuck out. I don't want you here. But yeah, the problem is there's so much content put out about that because that stuff needs to be constantly fed to their you know, their masses. Otherwise, they don't have something to be upset about. So yeah, it's an interesting world. See you later. I mean, if you're openly saying you're racist, yeah, bye. Fuck right off. No qualms. I'm more weirded that you would say it. That's more telling about you than anything else. So I mean, you know. No qualms. I gotta pee. I gotta pee, but I just insulted. Well, I don't even care about insulting those kind of people. Oh no, I know you were kidding. I know you were kidding. I was playing along. I know you're kidding. There's more Rule 34 on the internet. Oh god, Rule 34 art. Yeah, the internet's a frightening place. It's amazing and frightening. I still remember being a kid being like, or when I was younger, right, when the internet started to really kick in. Because I lived in a time before the internet was like commonplace, right? So I still remember that time, and I remember when like it was becoming big. Oh, we had smartphones, we have internet on our phones. I was like, man, people are gonna know so much. Everyone's gonna like, you know, like it's just gonna bring the intelligence level of society up. Forgetting about the fact that anyone can put anything on the internet. So what it's actually done is brought the intelligence level way the fuck down, and now people are morons and don't check anything and live in a state of yeah. Internet is a terrible place. It's good and bad. It's good and bad, right? Like, it's a double-edged sword. The problem is it's much easier to create content around BS and garbage, and than it is to create content that's accurate. So that stuff spreads much faster. One study I never considered until recently was really draw a line between humans and robots. I mean, we still don't. We still got plenty of time because right now it's still call and response, right? We're definitely don't have an AI that's like intelligent yet. Studying more than 7 years, point in most studies look inspirational and try to replicate until develop your own style. Wait. After studying for more than 7 years, I point that most studies looking like inspiration. Yeah, most study looks like inspiration, but it's not copied, right? Even if you're using something as an inspiration, if you straight up copy it, that's still copying. All tools are weapons in the hands of wrong people. Fair. And the world is full of very much wrong people, unfortunately. Caught up on the combo, didn't even realize. Yeah. Razy, enjoy your emotes. Okay, I need to take a quick moment to run to the restroom and refill my water. I'm trying to make Twitch happier with me, so I'm going to run a quick 2-minute ad break because they want me to do that. Everyone else gets a battle royale, and I will be back in just a moment. Give me just a sec. Alright, I'm back. Secret Fire, what's up? Where is he? I was gone. I'm sorry. I just had to do the bathroom thing. You totally didn't ruin the economy or anything? That's fine. We have an economy? Discord Pictionary is hilarious? There's a Discord Pictionary? Oh, that could be fun. Alright, AI isn't taking over just yet until someone figures out how to merge the computer with digital. Yeah, it'll. It's an interesting world. We'll see what happens. Oh, people guessing the prompt. Is that like I mean, it's kind of like a Gartlic phone kind of thing, right? I've tried the Gartlic phone before. All right, so we need to do a portal. For the lab level. Looking at the wrong screen. For the lab level, we're going to have portals, basically, that the monkeys can jump through and come out like another area. So, we need to figure out how we want to do this. Spiral animations suck, and I don't like them. I guess, so I was playing with this, right? I was playing with kind of like a spiral in animation. Or do we like the more kind of blobby, sucking everything into it? Can only result in... I mean, the one thing, you will get nothing more than, like, you let people on the internet draw stuff, you're gonna get plots of wieners. Wallaber has a game called Jelly Car Worlds, and I let my daughter was playing it, and she found out you could draw on a car, and the first thing she did was draw dicks all over her car. So I took a screenshot and sent it to 12. I was like, "This is what happens when you let teenagers draw." Reminds you of the Portal for Rick and Morty. That was kind of the inspiration of this one. Like, I don't watch Rick and Morty, but I think that was the portal I saw at the time when I was making this one. Like, we found it on Google Images, and I don't know if I like this one as much. So I'm not sure if I want to go more like the spirally portal, which I think might be better. It might. I was thinking of. So I started on this one the other night, and it was more kind of the idea of keeping it like to a single spiral, I think, and just. This is also not the color, the final color it's going to be. This is just because it's easier to see on the background. Because when you're using if you've never used onion skinning, the onion skinning can't have a background on it, so it's just easier to stand out with the onion skinning. And onion skinning is just, it shows you the frames before and after in like a transparent way. Use green on. I probably will. This is just the colors easier to see. But what I was kind of thinking is possibly just having it be like a single spiral that kind of goes in, and then having the background kind of just kind of look like it's kind of moving past. Onion skin is A+. Onion skin is amazing. And I don't know if I want the wobbly portal. I don't know if I want a wobbly portal. That's the other one that I'm not entirely sure on yet. But let me finish up. Did I finish this thing as a design? Or if I actually... Alright. Because I like that. So what we can do is we can... Let's try and draw like a portal around this. And see how this feels. That makes them all the same, right? How do I make this across... Ah, God, it's been a while. Is it link cells that I want? No. And we'll just copy it in, whatever. Okay, so new layer. Find it hard to draw on the checkerboard. Oh, you know, I never thought about just changing the checkerboard to the same color. That's not a bad idea. Honestly, that's a good idea. I never even thought about that. Edit canvas. Is it preferences for canvas? It's actually a really smart idea. I'll be 100% honest. Never crossed my mind. That straight up never crossed my mind. You're a genius. Damn, that's smart. Okay. We're learning, everybody. Yeah, that's way better. Okay. Well done. I like it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Why not repurpose the black spiral on the power set? Oh, so that's actually what I used to trace this. Actually, that black spiral is basically the path. And my thought was, I don't know if I want to do 2 or not. Let's see. If we do... I guess we can look and see what 2 looks like at the same time. I think it might be too much, though. That's what I was worried about. Nope. Blech. That was a horrible draw. And I'm just drawing loose right now. This is not going to be refined. We're still trying to find what we're looking for in the shape. So keep in mind, these aren't going to be like clean lines yet. I just want to make sure that we get these looking somewhat reasonable. See what it looks like if we have 2 going at the same time. I was worried it was my one concern is it was starting to feel like it was getting too busy. Was kind of the issue I was having. Let's see what this one looks like. But yeah, this is why onion skinning is super handy. Ew, that's hideous looking. Oh, it's because I have perfect pixel on, that's why. Feels too fast. Might have to leave already midnight over here. Oh, yeah, no problem. Ermward, if you gotta go get some rest, take some time, enjoy. Emperor Spoon, what's up, buddy? How's it going? By the way, I didn't say hi. Oh no, you're all good. That was not a bad question. The spiral, like I want it to be animated. I want something to kind of feel good. So yeah, I'm using it as kind of like the path to trace because honestly, creating a spiral is kind of a pain in the ass to animate. The only thing I see from watching other pixel artists, I won't forget to realize how to color swap multiple. Yeah, I didn't even think about that, honestly. Like, that's a great way, though, making that solid background. It looks much better. It'll be much better when I try to record stuff, too. Our brain cells... So, basically, you let me borrow the brain cell today. I appreciate it. Lurk mode engaged. Get that lurk on. Get your lurk on. Slow it down. Yeah, I mean, so we can either slow it down naturally, or we can either slow it down frame-wise, or we add more frames is kind of the options, right? So if you slow it down frame-wise... Oh, it's not going to do that up here. Excuse me. Let me just put this back to normal. The problem is if you slow it down frame-wise, it gets chunkier. So if we want to make it, when you're doing frame-by-frame animation, if you want something slower, but still to move smoothly, you need to add frames, right? So the slower you want it to go in a smooth way, you need to add frames. So right now it's 8 frames. If we wanted to make it like half speed, we'd have to actually double the frame count to make it move slower. And I agree, it probably does need to move slower. Because, yeah, moving at single speed, that's just really fast. Which means we need to break this out into probably 16 frames of animation. Which is a little heavy. That's why you cop out on animation. Oh, animation's yeah, it's its own ballgame. Time equals none. I mean, for the most of this game, everything is 4 frames of animation. The monkeys run at 4 frames. Everything else in this game is 4 frames of animation or less, right? Or they're single frames with small movements here and there. So most things in this game are 4 frames. Same with the conveyor belt. I broke that down to 4 frames, right? But to initially animate this conveyor belt, again, like I was saying, right? If you want to make it seem smooth, I had to animate this thing at 16 frames first, or 15 frames, I guess. This is what I had to animate it at first. Then cut it in half, then cut it in half again. So if you want things to look smooth, there's a slow process that's involved with animation. Is the spiral worth it for a thing, or should we just make kind of like a wonky thing? Portals are weird for me. I don't know what I still don't feel like I know what I specifically want in a portal. And I feel like a lot of the concepts of portals have been mixed up by the Portal game itself, because they did Portal so well in that. Where now most of the time it's just you see through it and it's just like a blazing outer ring. But I don't really want, in this game, you're not going to be able to see through it because it's pointless, especially on a 2D platformer style thing. So seeing through it's not really that useful of a thing. So we need something to kind of take up that space in the middle. The 4-frame walk cycle looked a bit jank. Yeah, well, that's why that's one of the reasons I've kept things low res with the monkeys. Like, the monkeys are actually higher resolution than they appear. But I was able to keep a 4-frame walk cycle out of it because they look lower resolution. So you can actually play with making things a little bit larger in resolution. And the other like trick with pixel art, the higher you go in resolution, the more frames you need to make it look normal. So by keeping the legs super chunky and stubby like this, it allows me to get away with the 4-frame run. If these legs were longer and like had more definition to them, that 4-frame would not work. Looked like the game where it's a black disc with some darks surrounding the ring. Just go for like the general hole. That's not bad. I do feel like this is too much. Like, I do feel like this is too much, and I haven't been liking it. Like, I was really battling on the Portal side. So I do feel like that's too much. Yeah, I still don't know what I want to do with the portals. I'm not loving this. It sounds like we're kind of in a consensus though. The spiral's kind of meh, right? Can we all agree that the spiral's kind of meh and probably not the right direction? Let's go look up some portal let's look up some video game portal. Needs trailing particles. Trailing particles can definitely be done. Is the spiraling a bit much, though? So that's kind of got a little bit of the same feel. I think I'm just enhancing it too much. That one just got probably a spiral that just rotates. These portals are great. I want to just steal these. I really just want to steal these. I think they're free, too. They are. I've used these before. I love these portals. I kind of feel like I should take these. Yoink. I like these portals a lot. I think these fit the style too. I like these portals a lot. These ones are also really good. I've looked at these ones as well. These ones animated are really nice. Like, these ones are really cool. Counter space portals. Yeah, I think those were... No. Were those ones? I think those were those ones, yeah. I think those were the ones I used in counter space. No. Was it? Which one did I use in counter space? I don't remember what that game looks like. Did I do pixel art in that game? I thought that one was all, No, I just used circles that grew. And then the beam. It was this one. Right? Oh, no, I didn't use them in this. I think I initially had them in this one, and then I changed it. I don't like those portals either, really. I think I want to do kind of a mix of this with... I kind of like these better as an inspiration, to be real. Do you animate? I don't get to see it animating. It might be worth it to just buy something, honestly. Save myself the headache. Ooh. 2D Portal Asset Pack. Wait. I want this one specifically. Oh, that's not pulling. Where's the... What pack is that pulling from? Oh, there it is. Oh. What do these look like? I don't like those as much. I don't like the way they just kind of flutter. This power can work, but you lose a bit of orientation with the two beams. Yeah, I agree with that. Honestly, of the ones we looked at, I really like these. I really like these. These are $1. That's more than generous. I think I'm gonna buy these. What's up, Lyman? Welcome back, Lyman. I think I'm just gonna buy those. I mean, honestly, for $1. And then I can adjust the colors. I'll probably give them at least 5 to 10. Probably pay more than $1. Because they're worth it. I like this style. I think the style would fit well. And it looks nice. And it's already animated for me. What's the licensing on this thing? And they're game-ready Unity assets, so I could just hand them to David pretty much ready. And just alter the color, maybe. I'm not really seeing a license, but I mean, if I buy it, right? If it's paid for, it's mine to use. I think I'm gonna buy those. Like this, I like these. These look nice. I really don't think I'd be... I think I'd end up just trying to recreate this as opposed... And it doesn't... It seems silly to try and recreate this rather than just, you know, buy it. I'm trying to make things easier, so I'm gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna buy these. I'm not gonna buy them right now, but let me, gank this, There's a download now and a buy... Skill style would fit well with the proper color tweaks. Yeah, right? Like, all I'd have to do is just change a couple of colors on these, and I think they'd be great. Yeah, I'm gonna buy these. We're gonna go with that instead, because this just makes more sense. That's the other thing. That's the other thing that I'm really trying to force myself to do with Monkeys with Guns is to do things more intelligently, right? I don't need to make everything. I really don't, and these will fit. I don't need to make everything myself. The same as like I need to contract somebody to do backgrounds because my skills at making backgrounds are none. Because I'm an awful environmental artist, like just bad, like just generally bad environmental artist. So I think we're gonna buy these. That's what we're gonna do. That's 100% what we're gonna do. I'm gonna buy these. We're gonna buy them for 10. Give me 1 sec to... Yep. Okay, so they were $1. I'm paying them 10 because those are worth it, and yeah, it's gonna save me a lot of time. And I feel better paying more than $1 for them, honestly. So yeah, we're gonna do that. Ah, I lost my mouse. Let's just download all the things we need. Download. Desktop. Portal download. Throw the demo in there. I'll throw the Unity package in there and the pixels themselves. Yeah, they're just better. They're just better. I just like them more. What can I say? Probably want to open this. Yeah, because I think we just need to change the colors and we'll be golden on them. Yeah, and then we take these into a Sprites. Oh, I'm going to need to import them. How many frames are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 frames? Import sprite sheets. Tiles is 9 by 0. Nope. That ain't it. Hang on, what are their sizes? I need to open them and find out what the actual, like, frame size is, don't I? What are you? Let's see. We are at 2880 pixels. So 2880 divided by 9, right? There's 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So, where's my calculator? 2880 divided by 9. 320. So they're 320 by 320. Okay. That works. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, let me load my palette. Where's my Monkeys with Guns palette? Monkeys with Guns. Palette. No, I don't want you to update everything just because I loaded my palette. God damn it. Fine. Whatever. Alright, we're gonna do that. Let's replace. Outer color gets... I guess we'll do a green palette for now. Swap that with that. Oh, no. You. And I'm just going to tweak this one a little bit. There we go. I mean, that's going to fit with our color scheme a lot better. And we can really change those colors to whatever we want. I like it. I like it. Cool. I think that's worth it. That's definitely worth it, in my opinion. Those portals look cool. They'll fit really well. Especially if we take it and go back here. Ooh, they're big, though. They're big, though. Bleh. Let's see, how do you condense down 50 by 50? That's still large. Alright, I'm gonna have to rework them, I bet, but let's get something like that. Drop you to nearest neighbor. That still looks fairly clean at that size. I can clean that up and adjust it. So that should be okay. So we need these at 25%. And if that's the case, I probably want to go and remove this little section here and just make that the same as that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to clean up these edges a little bit, especially along like here. So not a huge amount of touch-up, but just a little. Just to kind of clean up some of these lines, because when you pixel art does not scale down well ever. If you've ever tried to shrink pixel art, it doesn't like it. It doesn't do it super well. So if you have to scale something down, it never quite plays exactly the way you want it. But we can kind of make this all look good just by smoothing it out a bit. That works. Yeah, that'll just keep it from being too chunky in there. So one thing when you buy assets, you generally still have to do a little bit of work on them because they'll never fit in exactly, I find. Generally, if you drop assets in kind of exactly as they come, they never quite work out the way you want them to, I find. Just clear these things up a bit more. What about scaling up pixel art? So you can scale up pixel art. Ideally, if you want to scale up pixel art in the proper way, you want to scale it up by even percentages. Like you want to scale it like 2x, 4x. So like by 200%, 400%, 600%, ideally. But the one thing you've got to watch out for when you do that is what it does is it changes the size of a normal pixel to like whatever the scale is. So if you scale something up around other items, not 100%. Well, it's already at 100%, right? When you scale something, you're already at 100%. So, like, if I wanted to scale up, like this block here, right? Let me get that. Make a new version of this. Like, if I wanted to scale this up, it's at 100% right now. So if I scale it up to like 200%, you want to make sure that you're scaling with nearest neighbor, because, like, here's the thing with Photoshop, right? Like, normally Photoshop would do this to things. See how it blurs it? So unless you know what you're doing in Photoshop and, like, alter things properly, you got to know kind of, like, that's why I say don't use Photoshop. But if we scale it up and use, oh, not 2100. If we scale it up, use nearest neighbor. So now it's bigger. But if you try to put this in relation to anything else, you see how now a single pixel representation is 4 pixels on the normal thing. So you got to watch out. If you're going to scale items, you need to make sure that everything you're scaling is scaled, right? Like, you don't want to just scale one item to make it bigger and fit, and then have it with other things that don't fit that size, right? If I scale this up, oops. If I scale this up and then bring it up here with the monkeys, right? Look at the monkeys in relation to it now. Now they look a little funky because the monkeys look like they're too small. See, and that's actually the difference. Like, this was the original monkey for monkeys with guns. This was the original size of them, and I had to actually redesign them and scale them down to work for the new stuff. Never have sprites that are pixels different sizes. Ideally, I mean, you can get away with it sometimes, but generally it looks wrong, right? Like these two things look wrong, right? They just don't fit, right? Because a single pixel on this is just too big in comparison. So like scaling pixels is a practice to do delicately. Yeah, you generally want to scale, like, if you're going to scale an object, like, I've definitely made a bunch of games where I built the game to be at like a 32 by 32 scale, but I did all the art at 16 by 16. So what I did is everything, when I exported all the stuff, I 2x'd it and then put it in the game. So everything was designed at 16 by 16 and then exported at a 32 by 32, so everything was at least using the same scale. Yeah, you just don't want to mix scales because it tends to start looking funky. And you'll also start getting a lot of people on the internet that'll be pedants about it and really give you a pain in the ass about it. It's like when you multi-scale, you're just gonna get comments about it. And honestly, to just save yourself the comments, it's worth not doing. The amount of things that I do just to not get annoying comments about it, yeah, that's a thing. Sometimes we do things just to not have people complain at us on the internet. And I get so much less hate than than a lot of other people because, you know, I'm a straight passing white guy. So the amount of like hate and BS I have to deal with is significantly less than most other people. So yeah, keep that in mind too if you do things like that. Like, I'm not a person to say never do it because, you know, there's time and a place for everything, and you can always cheat things and aesthetically make things work. But, you know, I mean, hell, even Super Mario Bros. 3 scaled pixels. The giant level was just scaled pixels, which is why it looks a little weird if you look at Mario 3 giant world. You can kind of see on this they look a little different at times. This is from the remaster. There you go. Let's go throw that into... What the hell's my Photoshop? Oh, there it is. Ah, freaking JPEG. But you can see with like look at the difference in, I mean, it's a little compressy because of the JPEG, but if you look at like the size of a single pixel on Mario versus the size of a single pixel on the Cloud, you can greatly see the expansion of it. And you can see how it kind of like it looks off, right? So it's things like that you got to keep an eye out for. But yeah, the giant level in Mario did a lot of just like bigger scaling. Did they fix that for the... It looks like they redid that when they did the remaster, though. No, I don't want to save the image. Yeah, it looks like when they did the remaster, that actually... They redid it, so they didn't scale everything. They just drew everything bigger. Because when they did the remaster, they had more cartridge space. So the other thing that's like, you know, the original Mario 3, when they did it, they didn't have a whole lot of cartridge space, so they didn't really have the ability to add in bigger blocks, you know, to make them, you know, have textures for bigger blocks too. So they reused a lot of things because it just, you know, was more convenient for the hardware. But nowadays, we don't really have to worry about, like, you know, especially if you're making a pixel art game, we don't have to worry about, like, size requirements, right? We don't have to worry about cartridge space. Working on your first game, you're making a Fiverr client, and it's almost done. Super excited. Ooh, wait. You're making a Fiverr client as a game? Wait, I'm confused. I think I'm reading that wrong. Working on your first game, you're making... Oh, you're making the game for a Fiverr client. Got it. Sorry, reading is fundamental. You're making it for a Fiverr client. Really? You're doing a whole game for a Fiverr client? Interesting. Is the cost decent for you? I don't need you to tell me like what you're being paid or anything like that. I'm just curious because I know Fiverr doesn't, like, nothing on Fiverr is actually $5 anymore. But have you found like a decent or do you feel like you're at least getting paid a decent wage to do that? Again, I'm not asking you to, like, reveal anything. I'm just more curious, like, do you feel like you're being compensated well enough to do something like that? Because it seems like making a whole game for a client's big. Yeah, nice. Did you advertise on Fiverr? Like, have you had a Fiverr account and set up? I've never really used Fiverr, honestly. I find it interesting, and like I always worry that people on Fiverr are kind of getting like screwed over in value. Like I feel like a lot of people don't get paid properly on Fiverr, or at least I used to worry about that. And I honestly haven't looked at it much since then. So that's awesome though to hear. I'm sorry to bother you. Do you know books, online lessons to start learning making pixel arts? Yeah. I don't really know of any books and stuff, but I can give you some YouTube channels for sure. I definitely don't really teach pixel art. I'm like I have a particular like we were talking about this earlier. I have a particular style of pixel art that I do. So I don't really know how to do tutorials and stuff. Let me give you some people to check out. Adam's got a bunch of tutorial stuff. Adam is fantastic. Like, you want a good pixel artist, Adam is amazing. Let's see who else we got that's our good pixel artists that do tutorials and stuff. Mort's another one I'll give you in a second. Brandon is phenomenal. This is one of the other weird guys that uses Photoshop like I do. Let's see who else we got down here. Pixel art. I know we'll get to Mort. These are people that I know do tutorials too. They have tutorials on their channel for pixel art, so. I think Mort's the only other one I know that's like doing pixel art tutorials and stuff. Where's Mort? There you are. Yeah, Mort's also another one to definitely check out. Mort streams on Twitch as well. Mort works for Minecraft, by the way. He works on Minecraft for Mojang. Pixel Pete as well. I have so many subscriptions on YouTube. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anybody. Yeah, I mean, both White Vault and Cup of Joe are also great pixel artists here on Twitch that you can check out, but they don't really do tutorial stuff. So those would be the people I definitely say to check out, like, for tutorial, because they are, they're really good at what they do, and they've actually got stuff that are pretty good at teaching you, like, what to do. I will say that a lot of pixel art, 100%, is just doing a lot of it. Like, just keep finicking with it. Just keep, you're going to erase a lot, you're going to just go back and forth. But yeah, check them out. Hopefully those links will give you some good stuff. There's a guy named Saint 11. Is that the guy on Twitter? I think I know who you're talking about. I think I've seen their stuff. Saint 11. Yeah, I've seen their stuff. Their stuff is really good, too. Their stuff is really good. These are all in, like, GIF forms. So really kind of, like, breaks down, like, animation. Saint 11 does a lot more with animation, I feel like. And stuff's really good, too. Yeah. I really like their stuff. Their content is really great. But I feel like a lot of this is a lot of it tends to be a little bit more... Oh, no, there's some good, like, for clouds and terrain. Yeah, just basically see what other people are doing and just have at it. Oh, I'm gonna butcher your name. Is it just Benjamin VT? What's up, buddy? Welcome. Thank you for that. Been doing pixel art since 2009. It's a process. Yeah. It's pixel art is not. It's weird. A lot of people think because it's low res, it's easy, and in certain aspects it is. In other aspects it's more difficult because for some things, a single pixel out of place ruins the whole thing, right? So it's a weird balance. It's a really weird balance. And just a one note, if you're new to pixel art too, the higher resolution you go in pixel art, the more detail you have to do, and the more like work it takes, and the more like. So I would highly recommend if you're new, start smaller. Start with like a 16 by 16 or 32 by 32, and kind of like get comfortable in that size range. before you would move up, because moving up, like the bigger you go in pixel art, the more complicated and the more it becomes a combination of painting and pixel art and gets really crazy. 16 by 16 is the place to start. Yeah, I agree. I think I started with 32 by 32 and I felt pretty okay in that, but you are dealing with a bit more detail in there too, especially once you get into animating, right? Like the big thing to keep in mind is with pixel art, animating becomes a lot more finicky. Because again, you need the pixels to move kind of just right, and the bigger you are, the more frames you need to make it look clean, and the more hassle you get going on with it. So yeah, definitely start down at like I would recommend 16 by 16. I agree with Benjamin there. Starting at 16 by 16 would be more ideal, for sure. Just a cool person, so helpful and down to earth. I try. Thank you. I appreciate it. I just honestly like. My goal, like with like streaming, making things and all of that, is to just encourage more people to make stuff, because I really believe as humans, we go stir crazy if we're not making things. Like I legitimately have been out of the, like, I have had no motivation to make things for the last couple of months, and I have fallen into a massive depression. So literally, if I can get excited about other people making things and wanting to make things, it helps build me up. I hope it helps build everybody up, and like, you know, let's just make stuff and have a good time. Like, that's really the most important part. I thank you for the kind words, though. I really appreciate it. I just want to, you know, I've had countless people help me, right? Like, everything I've learned from watching other people. I've had other people give me suggestions and help me out along the way. So the least I can do is try and give at least something back. Unfortunately, when it comes to pixel art, I just don't feel like I'm just not good enough to, like, or not that I'm not good enough. I don't feel in pixel art I have a great way to, like, teach people how. Like, I do have on my YouTube channel, like, ways to, like, how, like speed ups and walkthroughs of, like, what I do for pixel art. Like, I have done for, like, let's see. Like, I've definitely done things for, like, character studies and things that I've made. Like, showing my process. I'm just not great at, like, explaining it all and really, like, all of that, yeah. So, like, I mean, you know, my animation processes and... So I do a lot of it, but I'm not great at, like, the teaching part. So when people ask for advice on pixel art, I'm like... I have a particular style that I have developed for pixel art. Like my art in pixel art is, you know, very much looks like me. This is very much a style I have developed. And that's about what I know how, like, that's where I kind of, like, stay. Whereas you look at, like, some of the links that I post in chat, like Mort and Benjamin James Greer and, like, Pixel, those guys, they can do stuff in, like, any style, right? They're a lot more well-rounded. Whereas I've found a pixel art style that I think works well for me, and I've kind of, like, honed that. So really the only way that I could teach pixel art would basically be teaching people how to make my style of pixel art, which is not what everyone's looking for. Started making pixel art by editing Kirby sprites. Nice. Yeah, I started with Minecraft. I started learning pixel art. I retextured all of Minecraft. I don't know if I still have the page up. Yeah, I retextured all of Minecraft. This was my first move into pixel art. I went through and retextured the entire game. Took me 418 days. It was I set a project where I made it. I was releasing a texture every single day for 400, and it took me 418 days. But this taught me a lot by basically I was basically up-resing Minecraft, right? I took Minecraft and up-resed it to 32 by 32. And I learned a lot from doing this. This was I wouldn't recommend everyone do this because it took forever, but I learned so much from doing this, especially about, like, connecting textures too. That was a big thing of learning how to connect textures up. That was huge. Very much a big learning experience. But yeah, Minecraft's actually a pretty fun one that you can mess with because it's pretty easy to change out the textures in it and see how they look. Favorite styles from, like, Minish Cap on GBA? Yeah, that's a really good style. Like, I'm a big fan of oh god, Nick Waz's style too, the pixel artist for Yacht Club games like Shovel Knight. Nick Waz does amazing work in that old Nintendo style, using a lot of like hard black. I'm a big fan of outlines. Like, you kind of fall into like what you like, right? Like, I'm a big fan of double outlines, weirdly enough. Like, for me, I have a weird love of double outlines. So if you'll notice on like the monkeys, I'm a big fan of a black outline with a white outline around it. Making a new game too. Yeah, the new game is it starts with an M, right? Like Mina of the Mines or something like that. I don't remember what their new game is called. But Nick's Waz streams at really weird times for me. So I get to jump in and see his stuff occasionally. But Mina the Hollower? I think Mina the Hollower, I think, is the new game. What is the new Yacht Club game? I think it's Mina the Hollower is what it is. Right? Yeah! Yeah, Mina the Hollower. I believe this is Yacht Club's new game. Yeah, his style is gorgeous. Style is gorgeous. Yeah, especially Pedgman, for you, if you're into that Minish cap style, that's this effectively, right? Like this is like your jam and it's your sweet spot right here. Benjamin James here on YouTube has good tutorials and challenges. Yeah, dude, Benjamin James here is fantastic. One of the few other people that uses Photoshop too for pixel art. And the one thing that he does, or that they do, I honestly don't know. I shouldn't assume. The one thing that they do that's absolutely crazy to me is Benjamin also animates in Photoshop. Like the frame by frame animating in Photoshop is trash in my opinion, because you've got to use the timeline, which you then have to work with like frame by frame, and it's an absolute nightmare to use the timeline to animate. So I generally take my stuff and then animate in a Sprite. So like me, because I've been using Photoshop for so long, like I'm over 20 years of experience in Photoshop, so it's just the natural program that I use. But animating is so bad that I draw and then take things into here to animate, because animating in Photoshop is just trash. It's just so bad. Especially for like frame by frame pixel animation, it's just a nightmare. This is one of the few times, this portal that we're working on, this is one of the few times I just bought this asset, and I'm now cleaning it up to fit for my use case, because honestly, sometimes just buy the asset. Like, I'm trying to make a game here, so doesn't all have to be me, so we're just gonna buy an asset occasionally and call it a day. I paid like 10 times more than what they were asking for it, so I feel like it was a good value for them as well as for me. And hopefully everyone's happy. Why is color palette important to stick to? So color palettes are an interesting thing. Color theory you can get super, super deep into. And really, a color palette's just kind of all about balance and contrast. I'm really bad at color. Like, I'm decent enough to be able to know when colors are off and don't look right and don't fit, but I'm really bad at constructing a palette. If you are new to, if you've never used it, low spec, and go to palettes. And have a day. So the reason color palettes, one thing that the reason you'll probably hear about color palettes, especially from like back in the day, is you used to have color palettes for your consoles, right? Like the NES only had a certain number of colors in it that you could use. They even had more restrictions. Each sprite could only use a certain number of colors too back in the day. So color palettes used to be kind of locked in because of the hardware. Nowadays, it's a little bit more, because when you get into pixel art, if you start going into like crazy color palettes, it becomes just kind of a nightmare to keep track of and kind of difficult. Color palettes just kind of help unify and keep things coherent. Like I've been playing with, do I have? Yeah. I've been playing with making the Elden Ring characters as, with like with like an NES color palette. So you can see like it changes. You don't have access to like infinite amounts of colors and stuff. But yeah, you have the ability to kind of like color palettes just kind of play together. They're kind of an interesting subject. I would definitely say if you're new and starting and you haven't done a bunch of color theory work, find a color palette and stick to it because it just kind of keeps you from getting out of hand. It becomes really easy to start adding colors, and what a lot of people will do is like, oh, I have this color red, right? But I need to make a darker red. What most people will do is they'll come down here and just pull it down and just make a darker red. But depending on what you need, sometimes, especially to make it pop a little bit more, you actually want to color shift and hue shift things, which gets a little more complicated as you learn. So it's an interesting thing. Color palettes aren't as much necessary nowadays as they used to be because, modern day monitors and everything can run millions and millions of colors. But it's a little bit to also just keep your sanity in check. Limiting yourself to a color palette helps keep your sanity in a little bit check. It also helps keeps everything uniform, right? Like if you start having a color palette where you're using kind of like this hue, and then over here you're using this hue, and they're in the same spot together, now they don't fit and kind of don't look quite right. So it's at this point, I would say color palettes aren't so much like a necessity for like, they're not necessary for the hardware, but they're definitely valuable for just getting in and designing and keeping yourself from going crazy. What's up, Jake? How you doing, buddy? Are we in different locations? Well, so here's the thing. Sometimes you are in a game. Like, that's why you can change palettes between levels a lot of the times. And in like NES and stuff, they used to do that. You would straight up just switch palettes entirely, right? So this blue would become this green. This red would become this pink. That was actually how the old palettes worked. Is you would actually pick a color palette that would be rendered on screen. Nowadays, again, we don't have to do that, but again, especially if you're starting out in pixel art, giving yourself the option of using every color under the sun becomes overwhelming, right? I use a term that I like in design in general, like just UX and everyday design, called analysis paralysis, right? I stole it from Mark Rosewater, who is the lead designer for Magic the Gathering. But analysis paralysis is just, oh, I can use any color. Well, God, now which color do I use, right? And you can't even make a play because you don't know what color to use. Whereas, like, something on when I was working with like these sprites, right? Like, I only have, because I purposefully for fun locked myself into the NES palette here. This is just the default NES palette out of A Sprite. So I only had a set number of colors that I can kind of play with, and it just allows me to not freak out about like minutiae of color and just kind of play within the restrictions. It's like when you think of poets, right? They like a haiku. A forced restriction makes you think differently and approach things differently. When you have a blank sheet, you can kind of do anything, and that means that it never you have a really big chance of never kind of unifying anything. These are just my perspectives again, so don't obviously listen to multiple people. Go with what works for you, but these would be my recommendations, especially when starting out. But from there, have at it, have fun. Really, sometimes you just have to try it to see that it is difficult or doesn't work for you. It may work for you, and it may work great. You never know. Lost Spec has one flaw. People do not explain the color is a shadow and whatnot. Well, the thing is sometimes the shadows in pixel art aren't actually a representation of that same color shadow. Sometimes you have to use other colors and stuff. I don't think I did that as much on here. The one thing about low spec that's nice is you can kind of like use them. What I tend to do with low spec is I tend to grab a palette and then add a couple of like shadow colors for the things I know I'm gonna need more. But it's a really good basis point to start with. So sometimes you can add shadows. I can do that too, and then just maybe pick a color palette that you like. Generally, with like lesser color palettes, the shadows get a little bit more difficult as you pick up Perry the Pixel Art Platypus. But you get into like like, this is a bit much here, but, like, I mean, here you've got multiple variations of all of them, right? And they kind of fall within a nice hue shift. And Desga is one of my favorite color palette makers on here. Let me find it. They always pop up. Adam Sionis has a pack, too, who's the pixel artist I talked earlier. Apollo's a really good color palette. And Desga's my favorite. Endesga has so many good palettes. I tend to default to Endesga 32 as a palette that I use all the time. This is the Monkeys with Guns palette is actually kind of built out of this one. I've just added to it. But yeah, palettes become a whole thing. And then a lot of the things, at least nice on here, they have images that kind of go along with them, so you can see how people are using them. So you can kind of see what people are using for shadows and whatnot. Yeah, again, it's a little, especially ones like these that have nice pickups, right? Like this image here really kind of shows you how to break. Really kind of shows you a nice breakup, but like you wouldn't think on this one here that this blue would be the shadow for this red. But when you're hue shifting, you know, sometimes you need to do that. Place called Sprites Resource. Well, yeah, there's also Sprites Resource, which is another one. That's another one that I suggest to people a lot is Sprites Resource. And here you can find my problem with Sprites Resource that I've been having lately is I haven't been able to find the actual sprites that I'm looking for. I'm finding fan game sprites more than like the default sprites, but you're supposed to be able to, and it's also slow as all hell. But the idea here is you can get like, you know, you want to get the Super Mario ones. So another thing that I've told people in the past to do is, like grab a sprite and just draw it next to it. Like if you're really just starting out, like straight up, one thing I've suggested to do that's actually I find to be very helpful. It can be a little tedious, but straight up, just do this. Like, okay, I've got my character here. All right, well, I'm going to draw it over here. And sample colors and everything, but don't trace, right? Be like, okay, so I'm going to do this. All right, the head's like that, so it looks like it's 1, 2, and then goes down 1, you know, and then goes down 1, and actually kind of like learn to count the sprites, because one thing when you're getting into pixel art is learning how to make curves is kind of just a learned practice, I find. And I've found that just like drawing sprites next to the other one by counting and seeing how they're making curves is incredibly useful. It's a little tedious and feels a little boring, but I definitely find that that's super helpful. Is just drawing it next to it, and that way you can kind of get used to like how people curve, because curves are a big thing in pixel art, like getting them to feel natural. So if I use a zoom feature, I agree. What's up, Ryuk? How you doing, buddy? Also, thank you for the follow. But yeah, that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of, you know, there's so many different ways. Again, I'm not the best when it comes to like teaching art in general. Like I didn't do art in college. Well, I did art, I did photography. Like my degree's in photography, so I don't have like I only took like one color class, so the explanation and teaching of the art processes, I've kind of learned by both. My wife's an illustrator, so I've kind of learned through her, like watching her do stuff, as well as just trial and error. So suggesting and teaching is a little rough for me. I'm not great at it. Oh, this one got janked up in the downscale. You gotta love downscaling pixel art and how much it bricks up everything. Yeah, figuring out your scale when you start off is really important too, because if downscaling in pixel art is not great, upscaling can be a huge hassle too, depending on what you need to do. So, yeah, finding a scale and kind of sticking to it's a big thing too that I see people kind of miss out a lot at the beginning. They like make something too small and they realize they want it bigger, and then they just upscale it and it doesn't quite fit the same with everything else. So just something to keep in mind. Give you all those sources. It's already a lot. Yeah, there's a ton. I mean, there's a ton of stuff. Like, really, get through it and play is basically. For animation, just onion skin. Yeah, onion skinning is great too. Again, I'm not using onion skinning here because this animation is already done. I just bought this. I was messing with it here. You can see with like onion skinning. Onion skinning is great, which allows you to see, like if you're using a sprite, it's this button here, and it allows you to see the frame. Like you can kind of set up whether you want to see the frame before or after, and it lets you see like other frames, so you can kind of move along and animate a little bit nicer. I was working on this and I didn't like this process, so we went out and bought a animation instead because it makes things nicer. But yeah, I mean, really, honestly, when it comes to pixel art, just play, figure out something you want to make and try and make it. It's my biggest suggestion. Is just like be like, all right, I want to make this, try and make it, and see how it goes. If you don't like it, erase it and try again. The beautiful thing is it's digital. You can try as many times as you want, and you get as many undos as you want, and you can copy. The other thing I would highly suggest, just in terms of workflow, learn how, like, get really comfortable being like, okay, I've made this, but I'm not in love with this particular thing, you know. So you can always just take it. Oh, I'm not on the right layer here. You know, you can always just take it, make a copy, make tweaks to the copy. And I will literally make multiple versions and make little tweaks to them, figure out which one I like, and then delete the ones I don't like. So that's the other nice thing is you can always, to make sure you don't lose stuff, you know, work on multiple layers, make copies of it, and just kind of play, right? Like the beauty is it's digital. You've got as much time as you need. You don't have to worry about like consuming resources for it, right? You're not wasting ink, you're not wasting paper, you don't have to worry about erasing. You can easily duplicate something and try something else on it to see how a different tweak would look. So there's a lot you can get away with. You animate without onion skinning like an animal? It's all preference. It's all preference. It's all preference. When it comes to art, there's no right or wrong way to do it. I think that's the one thing that people get kind of hung up on is like, there's no just like correct way in general. Like basically the end piece is all that matters, right? So when you're doing art, the ending piece that you come out with, that's all that matters. How you did it doesn't affects nothing. When I was a photographer, right, that we used to have a saying. It was basically like as long as it's like anything in frame needs to be perfect, anything that's not in frame doesn't matter, right? Like we would set up these amazing images. I did a lot of studio photography, so we would set up these amazing images, and if you look just out of frame, there's like light stands and just, you know, cables and wires. Everything is just like, it looks horrible around the thing that we're making look perfect. Versioning, backing, test up concepts, quite underrated. Yes, I agree. In software, people are really used to like version control and all of that. I feel like in art, we don't version control as much, which is why I tend to make like a lot of like copies and duplicates and just kind of like keep multiple variations of stuff. I've kept it even for this, right? The monkeys. That's what this is right here. This is the progression of these monkeys. This was the very first game I made where I made them too large because the game I was building was too large. So I ended up having to make this like really big pixel art, which kind of left for some really weird sizing issues. Like if you look in the ear, like this just looks wrong compared to everything else. Then I went down to like, okay, I made it at the right pixel art, but I didn't quite like the feel of it. It didn't feel like the bigger one, which is what I wanted. And then I found this here with like the double thick black outline that really kind of brought it all together for me. I also changed the lighting a little bit because having a hard side lighting is difficult. Also, if you're going to get into drawing and art and all that stuff, start look into lighting. Start trying to understand how light works, how light plays off, how shadows cast. That's a big thing. Lighting can let you get away with a lot of stuff. If you mix your pixels, it's called mixels, and that's taboo. Yes. Oh, trust me. Trust me. I put mixels on YouTube as a thing, and oh yeah, you hear about it. Don't believe me, you hear about it. Sometimes it's worth it to do things the correct way, just to not have people bitch at you on the internet. Plus, a 70 frame A-Sprite because of exporting overwrote the A-Sprite files. Oh no! Yeah, be careful about that too. Be careful about that too. Save it. Make sure you save things with proper naming structures so you don't accidentally overwrite something. The amount of times I've lost something because I thought something was saved, and I was like closing out of like Photoshop or Sprite, and I was like, do you want to save? And I'm like, no, it's already there. And having that screw something up, or clicked yes and it overwrote with a flattened image. Ugh. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts a lot. Oh, you got 50 versions. Oh, you got 50 versions of the same frame? Ouch. Semantic versioning, especially with serverless environments. Yeah. See, like, I'm considered a heathen in the game dev world because my engine just saves out as like individual files, so I save it the way I save things as an artist, and artists and designers save things. For all of you game devs and actual programmers, you're gonna hate this, but you know, you save it out as like, you know, V1, V2, V3, underscore final, underscore final, final, underscore final, no really final, underscore final, no really final. I swear to God, if this is not the last version, final. Especially when you work in I work in a corporate environment, so I've got to go through so many checks of like, okay, this is the final version, and then some other boss looks at it and goes, oh, we need to change this. Like, ah. Actual programmers say you do you. Yeah, but tell me your eye didn't twitch a little when I said that. Tell me your eye didn't twitch a little. It's the official designer convention. It is true. That is how designers work. I have not met a single designer that doesn't work that way. It's bad. Oh, just use Git and stuff. I haven't learned Git. I need to figure out Git. But you know what? I've worked on one project where I was using Git, actually this one. And you know what the big problem is? As a designer, at least I find, I don't update it. So Git is useless when you don't go and check stuff in. If you're bad about checking stuff in, having all of that set up doesn't do crap for you because it doesn't get used. It's the same. Like, I was terrible with Trello, right? Like, I was trying to use Trello the way people use Trello, and yeah. You're here's proponent of source control code? Yeah. It's yes, source control for code makes it's a lot more. I definitely think it's a lot more useful in code than it is with individual files. Like you're dealing with like, you know, individual like art files and whatnot. But I definitely should be better about the way I'm version controlling my actual artwork and stuff too. Like even right now, like literally my entire everything's on one giant ass page for now. Just because it's easier for me to keep track of and not have like 50 pages of stuff. And it's full of like me showing examples and moving things around and doing whatnot. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, really, there's a million ways to do everything, and you need to find the way that works best for you, makes you feel comfortable, and the way you enjoy. That's really what it comes down to in the long run. If you're able to keep it up and you're able to not get confused, not have issues, then you're gonna be a lot happier in general. Like I get yelled at so much because I'm super proficient with Photoshop, right? I've been using Photoshop for years and years and years, like, you know, multiple decades now. I rarely label my layers in Photoshop. I mean, this one's all condensed down, but like some of my Photoshop files, they'll have 500-600 layers in them. Actually, yeah, like I'll show you one that people absolutely like freak out about. And this one. It's this one? Oh, this isn't the right. That one's not that bad. Yeah, here we go, right? So for something like this. Where the hell did my layers palette go? Did I hit tab? Oh, I did. If you look at my, like, layers palette for this, people gasp because it's, like... Yeah, rectangle 502, copy 4. Like, there's so much that's just not labeled. But in Photoshop, I know how to navigate around. I can just jump to the layers I need, because you can hold control and jump to stuff. So, like, I'm able to jump around the layer palette as much as I need without really any confusion. But to most people, this would drive them insane. But it's only because I know I'm the only one working on this file. If I was going to give this file to someone else, I would clean it up a lot more. But yeah, like, just because of duplicating and jumping and throwing stuff around, like, my layer structure is generally just, you know, atrocious to people. Like, I mean, this thing has so many layers to it. Like, especially when you're putting together, like, design elements and stuff, it gets frightening to people. So you actually force you get to hard reset your branch? Oh, God. Also, oh, that's awful. Oh, that sounds terrifying. Imagine keeping track of that. I don't have to. Right? Like, if I need, like, okay, I want to affect this thing right here, right? I want to affect this. Bam. I'm on the layer. I can move it around individually now. If I need... You know, okay, oh, I want to change this to, like, an Xbox, or I want to change it to not Xbox, I want to change it to something else. Bam. Okay, well, I can now move, now I got access to these. So I'm able to jump around really easily and move to the layers I need and affect them. But, yeah, it's really overly, like, this was layer 700. I think there's well over 1,000 layers in this file at some point. Sometimes you start laming layers and slowly give up. That's usually what happens to me. Is I'm an overlayer kind of person. I use more layers than I need to, and yes, I just keeping up with the naming gets crazy. All right. Oh crap! It's after 5. Okay, I actually gotta go. I just realized what time it was. Hey, Doc, please. Doc, please. Thank you. Yeah, it looks like it's about time to start wrapping up, because is late, and I'm gonna use the rest of the night to chill. Let's go heal. And move you guys back where you're supposed to be. And let's go see who's around. Who live? Layer naming is something that can be really polarizing with people, though. But in, like, a work... Because I work like this in a work environment, too, but if I have to send a file to somebody, I clean it up, right? Like, I've had to send plenty of art file, like, you know, PSDs and stuff to clients and whatnot, and for those I go through and I name them appropriately, make them clean and all of that. I just don't do it for myself because, you know, you don't need to take the time when it doesn't matter, I guess. Hey, yo, I'm so glad y'all... Joe just started. Cool. We can go send to Joe in a minute. We'll send you guys over to Joe, show him some love. Get some more pixel art going. If you guys don't know Cup of Joe and you're into pixel art, since you're here for that, Joe is an amazing pixel artist working on multiple games, and currently, I'm not sure if he's doing sub-squares today. He just did a pixel. He's doing a couple of pixel art projects to be for the cover for a new DJ Cutman song, which is sick as hell. Joe is amazing. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for just chilling with me today and doing stupid stuff. I don't know. I had a lot of fun. You know me though. I like any time I get to just sit around and, you know, chit chat and not do it. I mean, we got work done. We got some new stuff done today. We did some things. We worked. We made progress, which is better than most Sundays. Most Sundays I literally have the same thing on my screen all day and don't do anything. And we just talk about game design and bitch about languages. But let's go send some love over to our buddy Cup of Joe. He's in the starting screen right now, so we'll go bug him in a sec. But if you like pixel art, Joe is phenomenal. Art assets are quite big. There's a boundary in version control, but GitHub has a... Oh, does GitHub have size limits? That could be an issue, yeah. That could be an issue. I never even thought about that. Because, yeah, I guess if you're storing everything, if you're storing all of your versions on the cloud, it gets a little bit more complicated. That is true. I didn't think about that. Because code is really light. Code is really light when it comes to that. But yeah, art assets can get real big, especially if you're working in high-res art. Like, I've had image files, like I used to in photography and stuff, with all of the, like, duplicating I had to do with layers and, like, all of that. I've legitimately had Photoshop files that were over a gig in the past. There were so many, like, layers, effects, adjustments, all of these things, and I try to follow a non-destructive workflow, which means instead of working directly on a layer, I usually duplicate the layer and affect that. And yeah, I've had image files that were well over a gig before. Especially as you get up in resolution, it can get gnarly. Gnarly, Jesus Christ. That's my Californian is showing. But yeah, file size can become a real problem. Git for images is probably a bad idea. Dropbox, some things like that I've worked in the past, but I generally store stuff, locally. Generally. It's kind of one of the best ways. All right. Well, Joe's still not going live, but he's there. He's talking. Joe's a super excitable, lovely man, and we're going to go send some love to him. If you haven't had enough of me for any particular reason, if you like the sound of my voice, if you think I'm cute, I got a YouTube channel right there. We got a Discord right there full of lovely, lovely people. And yeah, I'll be back next weekend. On Saturdays, so for those that are new, on Saturdays we play community games and give feedback. We basically play games made by you guys and give critiques and try to work them out from like a UX perspective and kind of give suggestions how to move forward. It's just general game design talk. It's a good time. And then on Sundays we're usually working on some sort of project. So I'll be back next weekend. I start at noon. Pacific Standard Time or Daylight Time, whatever the hell we're in right now. Basically, whatever time it is for you right now, 5 hours earlier is when we start. I push data which are more than 100 megs remotely. Oh, okay, yeah, that's going to be a problem for me. My file sizes get big. They get large. Especially, I do a lot of video, so my drives are just packed. Let's get this raid up and running and go send some love to our good boy. Cup of Joe. There we go. When we raid, we like to raid with hearts. We have the raid heart here if you've got the emotes. If you don't, use any other heart you have. We just like to show up, jump in and fill his heart up with chats and show him some love. I just accidentally minimized all my windows. But yeah, Joe's a super awesome dude. Really great pixel artist. Has made some amazing stuff, and yeah, we should definitely love him. He also made, I think I actually have an emote that he made. Yeah, this is an emote he made. This is a version of me he made in pixel art, which is adorable. But yeah, go say hi to Joe. Have some fun. Have a great rest of your weekend, day, evening, whatever it is for you. It's going to be evening for everybody at this point, I think. And yeah, please have a good one. Stay safe, stay healthy, be good to each other, and I'll see you guys next week. Bye, everybody. Damn time zones. I know, they're always a pain. Have a good one, everyone. Bye. And raid.